Welcome in, fellow Potterheads. Tonight, beneath the starry ceiling of the Great Hall, we will be going over magical tales from the wizarding world to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we disappear behind the veil of dreams, take a moment to cast your support spell, tap the like button, and join our magical community by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what time it is in your corner of the wizarding world. Whether you're watching from California, Hogsmeade, or London, share your location in the comments below. Your participation will be greatly appreciated and helps our magical community grow stronger. Now, the time for incantations has passed. Dim your lights, find your most comfortable position, and prepare to be transported to the world of witchcraft and wizardry as we begin tonight's magical tales. Chapter 1. The Corruption of Cornelius Fudge. Let's start the story with one of the most intriguing figures in modern wizarding politics, Cornelius Oswald Fudge, the Minister for Magic, whose legacy became defined not by his achievements, but by his failures of character and judgment. The flickering flames before us cast dancing shadows on the walls, not unlike the shadows of doubt and fear that gradually darkened Fudge's mind during his years in office. But to understand how power corrupted this once promising wizard, we must travel back to the beginning of his political career. Cornelius Fudge was not born to political greatness, nor did he possess exceptional magical talent. He was, by most accounts, an unremarkable wizard of modest ability who rose through the ranks of the Ministry of Magic through a combination of diligence, affability, and political instinct. In his lime-green bowler hat, which became his trademark, Fudge cultivated the image of an approachable grandfatherly figure, the kind of wizard who seemed safe and reliable in uncertain times. Following the fall of Lord Voldemort in 1981, the wizarding world craved stability after years of terror. The previous minister, Millicent Bagnold, had guided the community through the First Wizarding War with courage and resolve. When she retired, the Wizengamot sought someone who represented peace and normalcy, qualities Fudge projected with practiced precision. Imagine, if you will, the Ministry of Magic in those early days of Fudge's administration. The polished wooden floors of the minister's office, reflecting the warm glow of enchanted lamps, the sounds of interdepartmental memos fluttering through the air like paper birds, and at the center of it all, a middle-aged wizard with a perpetually worried expression beneath his bowler hat, desperately trying to appear as though he belonged there. For a time, Fudge performed adequately as minister in matters of routine governance, regulating cauldron thickness, negotiating with magical beings, and maintaining international relations. He proved competent, if unexceptional. He surrounded himself with capable advisors and initially maintained a productive relationship with Albus Dumbledore, regularly seeking the Hogwarts headmaster's counsel on matters of significance. But like a potion left to simmer too long, something began to change within Cornelius Fudge. The very office he had sought began to transform him in subtle ways. The daily deference, the constant affirmation of his importance, the power to shape policy with the stroke of a quill, these elements combined to nurture a dangerous seed of self-importance. The soft armchair in which Fudge sat at the end of each day grew more comfortable. The voices of dissent became increasingly unwelcome. The warnings of trouble ahead sounded increasingly like personal attacks. Slowly but surely, Cornelius Fudge began to believe that his position as minister was not a responsibility to be fulfilled, but a right to be protected. The turning point came in the summer of 1994, following the Quidditch World Cup. The appearance of the dark mark in the night sky, that ghastly green skull with a serpent protruding from its mouth, sent shockwaves through the wizarding community. Rather than acknowledging the ominous implications, Fudge chose to downplay the incident, focusing instead on managing public perception. Can you imagine the headlines if word got out? He fretted to his staff. "We've spent years rebuilding. I won't have it undone by panic over a prank." The true descent into corruption, however, began 1 year later, in the aftermath of the Triwizard Tournament. As you sit here warming your hands by our fire, Try to picture the scene at Hogwarts that fateful night. A labyrinth of towering hedges, a maze enchanted with dangers beyond imagination, and emerging from that maze, Harry Potter, clutching the lifeless body of Cedric Diggory and uttering words that would shake the foundations of the wizarding world.
He's back. Voldemort's back.
Those simple words presented Cornelius Fudge with the most crucial choice of his career. He could acknowledge the terrible truth and mobilize the wizarding world against the returning darkness, or he could deny reality to preserve his comfort and authority. With a fateful mixture of fear, vanity, and self-preservation, Fudge chose the latter. "He can't be back, Dumbledore," he whispered, his voice trembling not with fear of Voldemort, but with fear of the truth itself. "He just can't be." In that moment, Cornelius Fudge crossed a threshold from which there was no return. His corruption was not that of gold changing hands in darkened corners, or of favors exchanged for political advantage, though those elements would come later. His was a more fundamental corruption. The willful rejection of truth for the preservation of position and peace of mind. The months that followed revealed the extent of Fudge's moral decay. Using his influence over the Daily Prophet, he orchestrated a smear campaign against Harry Potter and Albus Dumbledore. The paper that should have informed the public instead became a vehicle for ministry propaganda, painting Harry as an attention-seeking liar and Dumbledore as a fading, possibly senile old wizard grasping for power. The warmth of our fire contrasts sharply with the cold calculation of Fudge's actions during this period. He removed allies of Dumbledore from positions of influence and replaced them with those loyal to the ministry. To him personally, he interfered at Hogwarts by appointing Dolores Umbridge, first as defense against the dark arts teacher, then as High Inquisitor, and finally as headmistress, after forcing Dumbledore from the school. Through Umbridge, Fudge wielded his authority with increasing desperation. Educational decree after educational decree poured from his office, each one further restricting the freedom of students and staff at Hogwarts. What began as fear had evolved into paranoia, with Fudge convinced that Dumbledore was training students as his private army to overthrow the ministry. "Progress for progress' sake must be discouraged," declared Umbridge in her first address to Hogwarts, echoing Fudge's growing resistance to anything that might upset his carefully cultivated status quo. Beyond Hogwarts, Fudge's corruption manifested in his relationships with influential wizards like Lucius Malfoy. The sound of clinking gold became a familiar accompaniment to ministry policy decisions. While there is no definitive evidence that Fudge accepted bribes, the generous contributions to excellent causes made by Malfoy coincided with positions of influence and remarkably lenient treatment by the ministry. As the fire begins to settle into glowing embers, much like Fudge's once promising career, we must acknowledge the tragic consequences of his failings. For an entire year, while Voldemort gathered strength, rebuilt his army, and plotted in secret, the Ministry of Magic, the institution meant to protect the wizarding community, was actively suppressing the truth of his return. How many lives might have been saved had Fudge chosen courage over comfort? What preparations might have been made had he acknowledged the darkness gathering on the horizon? The reckoning came, as it inevitably must, in the Department of Mysteries. Imagine Cornelius Fudge arriving at the ministry in the dead of night, still in his pajamas and nightcap, his face ashen as he confronted the undeniable truth. Lord Voldemort, in physical form, dueling Albus Dumbledore in the atrium of the very building that housed his office. The foundations of denial, upon which he had built his policies, crumbled in an instant. "He was there," he babbled to the gathered aurors. "I saw him with my own eyes." The swiftness of Fudge's fall matched the stubborn intensity with which he had clung to power. Within 2 weeks, he was forced to resign in disgrace, his reputation in tatters, his legacy defined by a single catastrophic failure of leadership. The wizarding world, which had once looked to him for reassurance, now regarded him with contempt for having betrayed their trust when they needed him most. Yet, in studying the corruption of Cornelius Fudge, there is a deeper lesson to be found. one worth contemplating as the night grows long. His was not a sudden embrace of evil or a calculated descent into villainy. Rather, it was a gradual erosion of integrity through small compromises, each seemingly justified in the moment, each taking him further from the truth, until returning to it became impossible without admitting how far he had strayed. The tragedy of Cornelius Fudge lies not in his lack of magical ability or political skill, but in his failure to recognize that true leadership demands facing difficult truths, even when they threaten one's comfort, position, or worldview. His corruption was complete when he chose the illusion of control over the responsibility of protection, when the preservation of his office became more important than the purpose for which that office existed. As our fire dims and shadows lengthen across the room, we might wonder how many of us placed in positions of authority and faced with uncomfortable truths would show the courage that Fudge lacked. What small compromises might we justify to ourselves, not realizing they form the first steps on a path to moral corruption? And when the moment of crisis arrives, would we have the strength to choose what is right over what is easy? In the complex tapestry of the wizarding world, Cornelius Fudge serves as a cautionary thread, a reminder that corruption rarely announces itself with dramatic flair, but instead arrives in whispers of rationalization and self-deception. His story teaches us that sometimes the most dangerous enemy is not the dark wizard casting forbidden curses, but the ordinary person who, out of fear or ambition, turns away from truth when it is most needed. What truths might you be avoiding in your own life, dear visitor? And what courage might you find if you chose to face them? Chapter 2. The viewing of Pensive memories. Silver threads of memory swirl in the shallow stone basin before us, neither liquid nor gas, but something in between, an ethereal substance that captures the very essence of human experience. As the dim light catches these luminescent strands, we find ourselves drawn to one of the most remarkable magical artifacts in the wizarding world, the Pensive. The ancient runes carved into the stone basin seem to pulse with a gentle rhythm, inviting us to explore the mysterious art of memory viewing, a practice that allows witches and wizards to revisit the past with perfect clarity, to witness events through another's eyes, and to uncover truths that might otherwise remain hidden in the shadows of forgetfulness. Pensives are exceptionally rare magical objects, with only a handful known to exist throughout the wizarding world. Their creation requires extraordinary magical skill, combining elements of enchantment, transfiguration, and perhaps even aspects of divination. The exact method of their making remains closely guarded by the few wandmakers and magical artificers with the knowledge to craft them. One of the most famous Pensives belonged to Albus Dumbledore, kept in a cabinet in his office at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Imagine, if you will, that circular room with its delicate silver instruments emitting puffs of smoke, the portraits of former headmasters and headmistresses dozing in their frames, and in the corner, behind an ornate cabinet door, this powerful magical tool waiting to reveal its secrets. The Pensive itself is typically crafted from stone, often marble or granite, shaped into a wide, shallow basin. Runes and symbols adorn its rim, ancient magical languages that help contain and preserve the memories within. The interior of the basin holds a substance that appears like liquefied moonlight, silvery white and gently luminescent, swirling in perpetual motion, even when undisturbed. But how does one view memories in a Pensive? The process begins with extraction. A witch or wizard places the tip of their wand to their temple, and concentrating on the specific memory they wish to remove, draws the wand slowly away. Attached to the wand tip emerges a silvery strand, not physically removing the memory from the mind, but rather creating a perfect copy that can be examined objectively. This silvery substance is neither thought nor matter, but something in between, the physical manifestation of memory itself. When placed in the Pensive, it joins with the swirling contents, becoming part of the collective repository of experiences contained within. To enter these memories, one simply leans forward, until their face touches the silvery surface. What follows is a sensation unlike any other magical transportation, neither the compression of apparition nor the disorienting spin of flow powder or portkeys. Instead, the viewer feels as though they are falling through darkness before landing gently within the memory itself. The experience of witnessing a memory through a pensieve differs significantly from simply hearing an account, or even from experiencing the memory through other magical means. Within the pensieve, the viewer becomes an invisible observer, able to move freely through the memory, examining details from any angle. They can focus on facial expressions, notice items in the background, or observe interactions that even the original memory holder might have overlooked. Most remarkably, time operates differently within a pensieve memory. The viewer can move at will through the time frame contained within, rushing forward to moments of interest, or lingering on details that might reveal hidden significance. It is this feature that makes the pensieve such a valuable tool for understanding complex events, or unraveling mysteries. Throughout Harry Potter's years at Hogwarts, Dumbledore used his pensieve to share crucial memories with the young wizard. Memories that would ultimately help Harry understand Lord Voldemort's past and the nature of the Horcruxes he had created. Picture yourself standing unseen in a dimly lit orphanage as a young Tom Riddle reveals his disturbing tendencies to a visiting Dumbledore. Feel the oppressive atmosphere of the Gaunt family shack as Morphin Gaunt recounts his encounter with the teenage Riddle. Witness the charming manipulation as Tom Riddle queries Professor Slughorn about Horcruxes in the professor's luxuriously decorated office. Each of these memories, viewed objectively through the pensieve, revealed patterns and connections that might otherwise have remained obscured. The pensieve allowed Harry to see Voldemort not as the fearsome Dark Lord of the present, but as a human being whose choices and circumstances had shaped his terrible transformation. The clarity of pensieve memories raises interesting questions about the reliability of human memory itself. Unlike our own recollections, which can be colored by emotion, biased by perspective, or eroded by time, memories in the pensieve remain perfectly preserved. They show events exactly as they occurred, at least from the perspective of the person who experienced them. Yet even this objective quality has its limitations. A memory can only capture what the person experienced and perceived. It cannot reveal thoughts or intentions unless they were somehow made manifest, nor can it show events that occurred outside the memory giver's presence. In this way, even the perfect preservation of the pensieve is bound by the imperfect nature of human perception. There are also ethical considerations surrounding the use of pensieves. The extraction and viewing of memories raises questions about privacy and consent. Is it appropriate to view another person's memories without their knowledge? What about altering or removing memories? Actions that border on tampering with the very essence of identity and experience. The wizarding world seems to have established certain norms around these questions. The unauthorized viewing of another's memories is generally considered a serious breach of privacy. When Severus Snape discovered Harry glimpsing his memories in the pensieve during occlumency lessons, his fury was palpable, a reaction that speaks to the intimate nature of the memories contained within. Yet the Ministry of Magic itself uses a form of memory viewing during trials before the Wizengamot, suggesting that under certain circumstances, the objective verification provided by memory evidence outweighs concerns about privacy. One can imagine the hushed tone of the courtroom, as silvery threads of memory are presented as evidence, the entire assembly leaning forward to witness events exactly as they transpired. Dumbledore's collection of memories in his pensieve represented one of the most extensive known repositories, gathered over decades of his long life. Some were his own recollections, while others were entrusted to him by various witches and wizards, each contributing a piece to the complex puzzles he sought to solve. The stone basin in his office became a literal reservoir of knowledge, allowing connections to be drawn across time and between seemingly unrelated events. When Dumbledore showed Harry the memory of Professor Trelawney's prophecy, for instance, he was not merely sharing information, He was allowing Harry to experience the weight and significance of that moment in a way that words alone could never convey. The swirling silver surface of the Pensive reminds us that memory itself is a kind of magic, a preservation of the past that shapes our understanding of the present and our decisions about the future. In the wizarding world, this metaphorical magic is made literal through the enchanted basin that allows experiences to be shared across time and between individuals. As our exploration of the Pensive draws to a close, the silvery substance in the basin before us continues its gentle swirling motion, secrets and stories suspended in its luminescent depths. Each strand represents a moment frozen in time, waiting to be revisited, re-examined, perhaps understood in a new light. In our own lives, without the magic of a Pensive, our memories remain internal and subjective, colored by emotion, shaped by perspective, and sometimes distorted by the passage of time. We cannot extract our experiences and view them with detached objectivity, nor can we share them in their unfiltered entirety with others. Perhaps this limitation makes our human memories all the more precious. Unlike the perfect preservation of the Pensive, our recollections evolve and transform, taking on new meanings as we ourselves change and grow. The imperfection of memory is, in its way, a kind of magic too, one that connects our past selves to our present understanding in a continuous, living narrative. As the silvery light of the Pensive fades, and our attention returns to the warm glow of the surrounding room, a question lingers in the quiet between us. If you could select one memory to preserve with perfect clarity in a Pensive, one moment to revisit exactly as it happened, with all its sensory detail and emotional weight intact, which would you choose, and how might seeing it again through objective eyes change your understanding of it? Chapter 3. The Death Chamber. Deep beneath the streets of London, past the gleaming atrium of the Ministry of Magic, beyond circular hallways of shifting doors, lies a chamber shrouded in more mystery than perhaps any other place in the wizarding world. The air here feels different, heavier, older somehow, as though the very atmosphere has been undisturbed for centuries. The whispers that echo through this room speak of secrets that even the most learned magical scholars do not fully comprehend. Tonight, as shadows gather in the corners of our room, let us descend together into the Department of Mysteries and explore the enigmatic Death Chamber, a place where the boundary between the living world and whatever lies beyond becomes thin enough to sense, if not to cross. The Department of Mysteries itself is perhaps the most secretive division of the Ministry of Magic, a place where the fundamental forces and mysteries of existence are studied by wizards, known as unspeakables. These researchers are bound by magical oaths that prevent them from discussing their work with outsiders, adding layers of secrecy to the already mysterious nature of their studies. Imagine yourself passing through the plain black door that marks the entrance to the department. You find yourself in a circular room with identical doors set at regular intervals around the wall. When the door closes behind you, the walls begin to rotate, deliberately disorienting visitors, a security measure that ensures only those who know precisely where they're going can find their way through this labyrinthine department. Among the various chambers that branch off from this central room, rooms dedicated to the study of time, thought, love, space, and prophecy, one stands apart in its ancient solemnity, the Death Chamber. As you push open the correct door, you enter a large, rectangular room built like an amphitheater or courtroom. Stone benches descend in steep steps toward a sunken stone pit in the center. The lighting is dim, the air still and cool, and the acoustics such that even the softest whisper seems to carry throughout the chamber. But it is what stands in the pit at the center that draws all attention. A crumbling stone archway, unsupported by any wall, looking so ancient that it might collapse at any moment, yet somehow enduring through countless centuries. Hanging from this archway is a tattered black curtain or veil, which despite the stillness of the air, moves slightly, as though recently disturbed or perhaps stirred by unseen breaths from the other side. This is the veil, an artifact of such profound mystery that even those who have studied it for decades cannot say with certainty what it is or how it came to be. Some theories suggest it predates the Ministry of Magic itself, perhaps even the founding of Hogwarts, making it one of the oldest known magical artifacts in Britain. The most remarkable and unsettling property of the veil is the whispers that seem to emanate from beyond it. Not everyone can hear them. Harry Potter could, as could Luna Lovegood, but Hermione Granger could not. This suggests that perception of the veil may be connected to one's experience with death, or perhaps one's acceptance of its inevitability. Those who have witnessed death, or come to terms with its reality, seem more attuned to the veil's mysterious properties. The whispers themselves are indistinct, impossible to make out as words or conversation, yet hauntingly familiar, like half-remembered voices of those long gone. They create an almost irresistible pull, a curiosity to step closer, to peer beyond the fluttering fabric to what lies on the other side. What exactly is the veil? The most widely accepted theory is that it represents a gateway between the world of the living and the realm of the dead, not merely symbolically, but literally. It may be one of the few places where the boundary between these worlds remains permeable, allowing something, whispers, presence, perhaps even souls, to cross between realms. The history of the Death Chamber and its central artifact remains largely unknown to those outside the Department of Mysteries. When was it discovered? Was it created through human magic? Or is it something older and more primordial that wizards merely built a chamber around to study? The answers to these questions are closely guarded by the unspeakables who work within the department. What we do know is that the Ministry has conducted extensive research into the nature of death and what lies beyond. The Death Chamber appears to be central to this research, serving as both laboratory and observatory for the study of life's greatest mystery. The stone benches arranged like an amphitheater suggest that at some point, groups would gather to observe demonstrations or experiments involving the veil, a somewhat chilling thought that speaks to the clinical detachment with which the Ministry approaches even the most profound mysteries. The character of the chamber itself, stone, ancient, dimly lit, feels deliberately crafted to evoke solemnity and respect. Unlike other divisions of the Ministry, with their enchanted windows and magical conveniences, the Death Chamber maintains an atmosphere of ancient tradition and reverence. It is a place untouched by the whimsical aspects of magic that characterize much of the wizarding world, as though even the most powerful wizards recognize that death is not a force to be approached with anything less than absolute seriousness. The Department of Mysteries became known to a wider audience during what would later be called the Battle of the Department of Mysteries, a confrontation between members of Dumbledore's army, the Order of the Phoenix, and Death Eaters led by Lucius Malfoy. The battle raged through several chambers of the department, but it was in the Death Chamber where the night's most tragic event occurred. Imagine the scene, spells flashing across the dimly lit stone room, voices raised in incantation and warning, the confusion of combat in a space designed for quiet contemplation. In the midst of this chaos, Sirius Black, godfather to Harry Potter and escaped prisoner of Azkaban, dueled with his cousin Bellatrix Lestrange on the raised stone dais that held the archway. A jet of red light, a stunning spell, struck Sirius squarely in the chest. Time seemed to slow as he fell backward, his expression changing from surprise to something like peace as he drifted through the ragged veil that hung from the arch. His body did not emerge on the other side. There was no sound of impact, no sign of where he had gone. Sirius Black had passed beyond the veil, becoming perhaps the most studied case of someone crossing this mysterious threshold. What makes this moment particularly significant in wizarding history is that, unlike other deaths, Sirius's body was never recovered. He did not leave a corpse to be buried or mourned over. He simply ceased to exist in the physical world. This unique circumstance led many, including Harry initially, to believe that Sirius might not truly be dead, but merely trapped somewhere behind the veil, potentially able to return. The reality, as Albus Dumbledore gently explained to Harry, was more final. The veil represents a gateway to death itself, and those who pass beyond it continue on the next great adventure, as Dumbledore once described death. There is no returning from beyond the veil, not as a ghost, not through any magic known to wizard kind. This understanding of the veil connects deeply to wizarding philosophies about death and the afterlife. Unlike Muggles, who must take the existence of an afterlife purely on faith, wizards have tangible evidence that consciousness continues beyond physical death. The existence of ghosts, the moving portraits of the deceased that retain elements of their personalities, and the resurrection stone that can recall shades of the departed, all suggest that death is not an end, but a transition. The veil in the death chamber seems to be the physical manifestation of this transition point, the threshold between states of being that most cross only once and in only one direction. Its presence in the Ministry suggests that even with all their magical ability, wizards recognize death as the ultimate mystery, one that can be studied but never fully conquered. The connection between the death chamber and other magical understandings of death becomes clearer when one considers the tale of the three brothers, a wizarding fable made famous in the tales of Beedle the Bard. This story introduces the concept of the Deathly Hallows, three objects supposedly created by death itself: the Elder Wand, the Resurrection Stone, and the Cloak of Invisibility. While seemingly just a children's tale, the story contains deeper truths about the wizarding world's relationship with mortality. The third brother, who hides from death using the Cloak of Invisibility until he is ready to greet death as an old friend, represents the wise acceptance of mortality that seems to align with the Ministry's understanding of the veil, not as something to be feared or conquered, but as a natural transition to be approached with respect, and when the time is right, acceptance. It's worth noting that the Department of Mysteries contains not only the Death Chamber, but also the Love Chamber, reportedly the most secure and mysterious room in the entire department. This juxtaposition suggests that the Ministry recognizes love and death as the two most profound forces in existence, perhaps even connected in ways that even the most skilled unspeakables do not fully comprehend. As our exploration of the Death Chamber draws to a close, the whispers from the veil seem to fade into the background, replaced by the gentle crackling of our fire and the comfortable silence of shared contemplation. The stone benches, the ancient archway, the fluttering veil, these images remain with us, reminders of the most enduring mystery that all beings, magical or muggle, eventually face. The Death Chamber stands as a testament to wizardkind's attempts to understand what lies beyond life's end, not to conquer death as Voldemort sought to do, but to approach it with the reverence and curiosity it deserves. In this chamber, the line between known and unknown, between empirical study and spiritual mystery, blurs in a way that challenges even the most rational magical minds. Perhaps the true purpose of the Death Chamber is not to provide answers but to remind us of the questions that define our humanity. Questions about what awaits us when our time in this world ends, about the nature of consciousness and soul, about what truly matters in the brief span of life we are given. As you rest in the soft glow of our shared space, consider this: if you stood before the ancient veil, its surface moving gently in a non-existent breeze, would you hear the whispers from beyond? And what would they mean to you? A haunting reminder of those you've lost, a glimpse of what awaits us all, or simply the ultimate mystery that gives meaning to the life we now live. Chapter 4. The Security of Sealed Parchment. The scratching of a quill against parchment echoes softly through the room as twilight deepens outside our windows. In the wizarding world, where portraits speak and staircases change their configuration at whim, even something as seemingly mundane as written communication takes on magical dimensions. Tonight, we turn our attention to a subtle but essential aspect of wizarding society, the ancient and complex art of securing written messages. In a world where secrets can determine the fate of nations, and private correspondence might contain everything from family recipes for pepper-up potion to the hidden locations of Horcruxes, the methods by which wizards protect their written words reveal much about their values, their fears, and their ingenuity. Long before the advent of Muggle technologies like encryption algorithms, or digital signatures, wizards developed sophisticated magical means to ensure that their messages reached only their intended recipients, remained tamper-proof during transit, and in some cases destroyed themselves rather than falling into the wrong hands. The most basic form of magical document security begins with the seal, not merely a blob of wax impressed with a signet ring as muggles might use, but a magical imprint that carries a portion of the sender's intent. These magical seals can take many forms, from the relatively simple crimson seal stamped with the Hogwarts crest that secures students' acceptance letters, to the complex ministry security seals that change color when touched by unauthorized hands. Imagine holding a letter sealed with such magic, the parchment heavier than ordinary paper, its edges perhaps slightly uneven from being hand-cut, and at the folded edge, a circle of wax that seems to shimmer slightly in the light, as though the magic contained within it is barely restrained. For particularly sensitive documents, these seals might be enchanted to recognize only the magical signature of the intended recipient, remaining stubbornly fixed for anyone else who attempts to break them. The Hogwarts letter seal provides an excellent example of practical magical security. While appearing as a simple wax impression of the school crest, the 4 houses represented around the letter H, these seals contain embedded recognition charms that alert the deputy headmaster or headmistress when the letter has been received and opened by the correct student. This system allows the school to know when a letter has been intercepted or ignored, prompting the sending of additional letters, as famously occurred when the Dursleys attempted to prevent Harry Potter from receiving his acceptance letter. For official Ministry of Magic correspondence, the security measures become significantly more sophisticated. Documents sent from departments like Magical Law Enforcement or the Department of Mysteries often incorporate multiple layers of protection. The outermost layer typically includes a seal that not only secures the document, but also verifies its authenticity. These seals often incorporate the sender's magical signature, an element unique to each witch or wizard, somewhat akin to a muggle fingerprint, but far more difficult to forge. Within the ministry, different security classifications require different levels of protection. A memo about cauldron bottom thickness regulations might require only a basic authenticity seal, while documents pertaining to Azkaban security protocols or unspeakable research would incorporate far more aggressive protections. Some of the most secure ministry documents utilize what are known as veritas seals, enchanted wax impressions that not only secure the document, but actively resist tampering. Any attempt to break these seals without proper authorization typically triggers an alert at the ministry, and in some cases may cause the document to burst into flames, transfigure into something harmless, or even release minor jinxes designed to identify the would-be intruder. During Dolores Umbridge's tenure as senior undersecretary to the minister, she was known to employ particularly vindictive security measures on her official correspondence. Rumors persist among lower-ranking ministry employees that attempting to open her personal letters without permission would result in painful boils spelling out the word sumep across the offender's hands, though these rumors have never been officially confirmed. The security of educational documents presents its own unique challenges and solutions in the wizarding world. Consider the anti-cheating enchantments placed on examination papers for OWLs and NEWTs at Hogwarts. These spells go far beyond merely preventing students from copying each other's answers. They create a sealed magical environment around each student during the examination. Professor Flitwick, in his capacity as the charms teacher and examination proctor, oversees the implementation of these enchantments, which include anti-cheating quills and examination parchment charm to reveal any attempted use of remembral smoke or invisibility ink. These measures ensure that the qualifications earned by Hogwarts students genuinely reflect their magical abilities and knowledge, maintaining the high standards that have made Hogwarts diplomas respected throughout the wizarding world. Even the most ordinary correspondence between wizards incorporates elements of magical security. Family letters may be sealed with simple privacy charms that cause the parchment to blank itself if read by anyone other than the intended recipient. Business contracts often include binding magical elements within the parchment itself, creating obligations that go beyond mere words on a page. When Fred and George Weasley signed their lease for premises at 93 Diagon Alley, the contract parchment was infused with magic that would have made the twins' ears temporarily transform into radishes had they violated certain terms of the agreement. For those requiring absolute privacy, more exotic methods exist. During the First Wizarding War, members of the original Order of the Phoenix developed a system of coded correspondence using parchment charmed to appear as ordinary shopping lists or family updates to anyone besides the intended recipient. Only when touched by the correct wand and activated with a specific phrase would the true message reveal itself, and only for the brief period needed to read it before fading back into its innocuous disguise. The comparison between wizarding and Muggle security measures offers fascinating insights into how different societies solve similar problems. While Muggles have developed increasingly sophisticated technologies to protect their information, complex algorithms, biometric authentication, and encrypted digital communication, wizards have focused on directly embedding their intent into the physical medium of their messages. In many ways, the wizarding approach is both more personal and more intuitive. The security exists not as an abstract concept or string of code, but as a tangible extension of the sender's will. When Albus Dumbledore sealed a letter, he didn't merely prevent unauthorized access. He imbued the seal with an element of his own formidable magical identity, creating a protection that was uniquely his own. Perhaps the most famous example of secured communication in recent wizarding history involves the Hogwarts admission book and the enchanted quill that writes in it. This ancient magical system identifies magical children at birth and automatically addresses their acceptance letters when they reach the appropriate age. The security on this system is so effective that not even the most determined efforts by the Dursleys, including fleeing to a hut on a rock in the sea, could prevent Harry Potter's letter from finding him. The enchanted quill and book represent a form of magical security, so ancient and powerful that it operates almost autonomously, requiring minimal oversight from the Hogwarts staff. This system has reliably identified generations of magical children across Britain, functioning perfectly through wars, ministerial changes, and even the temporary closure of Hogwarts itself during the Chamber of Secrets incidents. Especially secure magical documents sometimes incorporate living elements, not in the sense of sentient communication like portraits, but as responsive magical components that adapt to circumstances. The Marauder's Map, while not precisely a secured document in the traditional sense, demonstrates this principle beautifully with its ability to insult those who attempt to use it improperly. Mr. Mooney presents his compliments to Professor Snape and begs him to keep his abnormally large nose out of other people's business. A security system with personality, if not perfect effectiveness. During particularly dangerous times, such as Voldemort's second rise to power, even routine correspondence required enhanced security measures. Many wizarding families took to using code names and verification questions to ensure that letters came genuinely from loved ones and not from imposters, using Polyjuice Potion or acting under the Imperious Curse. These precautions, while not purely magical, worked in concert with basic security spells to create layered protection against dark wizards. The finest examples of secured magical documents often come from Gringotts Wizarding Bank, where the goblins have developed parchment securities far beyond what most wizards can achieve. Gringotts contracts are created using parchment infused with trace elements of goblin silver, making them virtually indestructible and impossible to forge. The magical signatures required for these documents bind not just to the signer's magic, but to aspects of their intent, creating magically enforceable obligations that have formed the backbone of wizarding finance for centuries. As our exploration of magical document security continues, we must acknowledge one of its most dramatic manifestations, the Howler. This scarlet envelope represents security through intimidation rather than protection, not preventing unauthorized access, but ensuring that the recipient, and often everyone in their vicinity receives the sender's message with unmistakable clarity. The magic of a howler is both straightforward and sophisticated. The red parchment is enchanted to amplify the sender's voice to a near-deafening volume, to animate itself into a crude mouth-like form, and finally to destroy itself once the message has been delivered. The self-destruction serves both dramatic effect and security purpose. Once the howler has completed its task, no evidence of the specific message remains, only the memory of the public humiliation it caused. Weasley's howler to Ron following the flying car incident at the beginning of his second year demonstrates how effectively this magical method of communication combines message delivery with emotional impact. "If you put another toe out of line, we'll bring you straight home." The entire Great Hall heard her warning, leaving no possibility that Ron could ignore or misinterpret his mother's feelings on the matter. For truly sensitive information that cannot risk interception, the wizarding world offers alternatives to physical documents entirely. The Fidelius charm represents perhaps the ultimate form of information security, concealing a secret within the soul of a chosen secret keeper. This charm transforms information from something that can be written or spoken about freely into knowledge that can only be shared willingly by one specific person. When Lily and James Potter placed their location under the Fidelius charm, they created a security system that should have been unbreakable, and would have been had they chosen their secret keeper more wisely. This example illustrates an important truth about all magical security. Ultimately, the strength of the protection depends not just on the spells themselves, but on the people who implement them. As night deepens around us and our candles burn lower, casting elongated shadows across the room, we might reflect on how the methods wizards use to secure their written communications reveal the delicate balance between trust and suspicion that exists in any society. The magical seals, enchanted parchments, and security spells represent not just practical solutions to universal problems, but expressions of the wizarding community's values and concerns. In a world where information can be extracted directly from minds through legilimency, where memories can be viewed in Pensives, and where truth itself can be compelled through Veritasurum, the persistence of written communication, with all its vulnerabilities and necessary protections, speaks to a deep-seated respect for privacy and self-determination within wizarding culture. The sealed parchment, with its wax impression shimmering with protective enchantments, stands as a physical embodiment of boundaries that even magic must respect. It represents the right of the sender to choose their audience, the responsibility of the recipient to honor that choice, and the shared understanding that some thoughts are meant to be shared only under specific conditions. As we conclude our exploration of magical document security, perhaps you might consider your own words, both those you speak aloud and those you commit to paper or parchment. In a world without magical seals or self-destructing howlers, what protections do you place around your thoughts before sharing them? And if you possessed a magical seal that could truly secure your words for only your chosen recipients, what secrets might you finally feel safe enough to commit to parchment? Chapter 5. The Escape of Fred and George Weasley. The evening shadows grow longer as we settle into the story of two young wizards whose departure from Hogwarts was anything but conventional. Through the amber glow of lamplight, we can almost see them, identical freckled faces with mischievous grins, their fiery red hair a beacon of rebellion against the stifling atmosphere that had descended upon their beloved school. Tonight, we explore one of the most memorable acts of defiance in Hogwarts history, the legendary escape of Fred and George Weasley. To understand the significance of their departure, we must first understand the twins themselves, born on April 1st, April Fool's Day. Fittingly enough, Fred and George Weasley approached life with an irrepressible spirit of joy and mischief that defined their every action. From their earliest days at Hogwarts, they established themselves not merely as pranksters, but as innovative magical minds whose creativity flowed in directions their professors rarely anticipated. Their years at Hogwarts were marked by spectacular displays of magical ingenuity, enchanted snowballs that followed Professor Quirrell around, the creation of the remarkable Marauders map, and most significantly, the development of an impressive array of joke products that would eventually form the foundation of their business dreams. Despite their apparent disinterest in academic achievement, the twins possessed extraordinary magical talent, particularly in the fields of charms, transfiguration, and potions, all skills they channeled into their inventions rather than their examinations. By their 7th and final year at Hogwarts, Fred and George had already begun selling their creations to fellow students. Skiving snack boxes, treats that would make one convincingly ill enough to escape class, with an antidote built into the second half, were particularly popular. Canary creams that temporarily transformed the consumer into a large canary, trick wands that turned into rubber chickens or bouquets of flowers when waved, and headless hats that made the wearer's head invisible, were just a few of their ingenious products. Their ambition was clear: to open a joke shop that would rival Zonko's in Hogsmeade. This dream had received unexpected support the previous year, when Harry Potter, having no desire to keep his Triwizard Tournament winnings after witnessing Cedric Diggory's death, had given the 1,000 galleons to the twins as an investment in their future enterprise. But the Hogwarts to which they returned for their final year was not the same school they had known. The Ministry of Magic, under the leadership of a paranoid Cornelius Fudge, had interfered at Hogwarts by appointing Dolores Umbridge, first as defense against the dark arts teacher, and eventually as High Inquisitor. The warm, if sometimes chaotic, learning environment fostered by Albus Dumbledore was gradually replaced by an atmosphere of suspicion, restriction, and punitive control. Imagine the Great Hall during this period, the enchanted ceiling reflecting leaden skies, the usual buzz of excited conversation reduced to wary whispers, as students cast nervous glances toward the high table where Umbridge sat watching with her wide, toad-like smile. Her presence seemed to lower the temperature of the entire castle, as though the warmth and magic of Hogwarts itself were being systematically drained away. One by one, educational decrees appeared on the walls, each further restricting student freedoms. No student organizations without approval, no unapproved literature, no congregating in groups larger than 3. The corridors, once filled with the sound of laughter and friendly conversation, grew quiet as students hurried between classes with their eyes downcast, trying to avoid attracting unwanted attention. For most students, this new regime inspired fearful compliance. For Fred and George Weasley, however, it represented a challenge they could not ignore. Having already crossed the threshold into legal adulthood at 17, with their business plans well underway thanks to Harry's investment, they approached their final months at Hogwarts with a unique perspective. They had very little to lose. The twins' resistance began with small acts of defiance, setting off fireworks in corridors, creating diversions to help other students escape Umbridge's scrutiny, and of course continuing to sell their forbidden products. But as Umbridge's control tightened, their opposition grew more overt and more spectacular. The catalyst for their final dramatic exit came in the form of a particularly cruel punishment, when their younger brother Ron's friend Harry Potter gave an honest interview to the Quibbler about Voldemort's return. Umbridge's fury manifested in increasingly harsh disciplinary measures. The banned interview, naturally, became the most read piece of literature in the school, passed from hand to hand in secret, as students sought the truth that was being officially denied. As the educational atmosphere at Hogwarts deteriorated further, the twins recognized that their time at school was drawing to a close. They had already secured premises at number 93, Diagon Alley, for what would become Weasley's Wizard Wheezes. They had developed a substantial inventory of products. What they needed now was a dramatic advertising campaign to launch their business, and an exit from Hogwarts that would be remembered for generations. The opportunity presented itself during the 5th-year OWL examinations. The Great Hall had been transformed for testing, the 4 long house tables replaced by individual desks, the bewitched ceiling reflecting a perfect blue sky with not a cloud in sight, as though the room existed in a separate reality from Umbridge's regime. Fifth-year students bent over their examination papers while Professor Tofty and his fellow examiners patrolled the aisles. Into this tense silence came the distant boom of an explosion, followed by another and another, sounds that reverberated through the ancient stone walls of the castle. When students and examiners alike rushed to the windows, they were greeted by a spectacular sight, enchanted fireworks transforming the corridor into a riot of light and color. These were no ordinary fireworks. Massive Catherine wheels 5 feet in diameter whizzed through the air. Rockets with long tails of silver stars ricocheted off walls. Sparklers wrote rude words in midair. Firecrackers exploded like mines, and instead of burning out, the pyrotechnic displays grew stronger and multiplied each time someone tried to vanish them. A clever bit of charm work that ensured Umbridge's attempts to control the situation only made it more chaotic. At the center of this magnificent disruption stood Fred and George Weasley, conducting the symphony of magical mayhem with the confident expertise of master performers. As students and teachers poured into the corridors to witness the spectacle, the twins prepared for the grand finale of their Hogwarts career. When Umbridge and her inquisitorial squad arrived, breathless and furious, Fred and George were waiting. Having released their pièce de résistance, a massive magical swamp that completely flooded the 5th-floor corridor of the East Wing, they now stood ready for their final act of defiance. "Akko brooms," Fred called, and with a distant crash, their confiscated broomsticks, a pair of clean sweeps, broke free from the chains with which Umbridge had secured them in her office, soaring through the air to their owner's waiting hands. As hundreds of students gathered to watch, Fred turned to the poltergeist who had been a sometimes ally, sometimes adversary throughout their school years. "Give her hell from us, Peeves," he said, and witnessed something few had ever seen. Peeves, the poltergeist, who had never taken an order from a student, removing his belled hat and saluting the twins as though acknowledging worthy successors in the ancient art of magical mischief-making. With a final wave to the cheering crowd, Fred and George Weasley mounted their brooms and soared through the doors of the Great Hall, out into the fading light of evening, leaving behind a school in chaos and a legacy that would not soon be forgotten. The impact of their departure extended far beyond that single dramatic evening. The section of swamp they had created proved so complex and magically resilient that Professor Flitwick eventually removed most of it himself, but not before preserving a small roped-off section as a monument to what he privately considered a really good bit of magic. More significantly, the twins' escape inspired a wave of rebellion among the remaining students. Taking Fred's parting words to Peeves as permission, the students of Hogwarts engaged in a campaign of subtle and not-so-subtle resistance. Dung bombs and stink pellets dropped in corridors became commonplace. Students practiced vanishing spells on their homework rather than turn it in to certain professors. Nifflers were smuggled into Umbridge's office, where they wreaked havoc searching for shiny objects. Meanwhile, beyond the walls of Hogwarts, Fred and George were transforming their dreams into reality with remarkable speed. Using the premises they had already secured in Diagon Alley, they opened Weasley's Wizard Wheezes to immediate success. Their dramatic exit from Hogwarts had provided the perfect advertising campaign, ensuring that every student returning home for summer holidays would spread word of their products. The shop itself was a wonder, a magical emporium where color, sound, and movement assaulted the senses from every direction. Products were arranged by category: shield hats, cloaks, and gloves in the defense section. Love potions and patented daydream charms for young witches, skiving snack boxes and trick wands for aspiring mischief makers. In a world increasingly darkened by the shadow of Voldemort's return, Weasley's Wizard Wheezes offered something precious: laughter, wonder, and temporary escape from fear. Perhaps most remarkable about Fred and George's departure from Hogwarts was how it transformed what might have been seen as academic failure into spectacular success. Having achieved only 3 OLs each, they would have been considered underachievers by conventional educational standards. Yet they demonstrated intelligence, creativity, and magical skill that many more academically successful students could never match. Their mother, Molly Weasley, who had long despaired over their apparent lack of ambition, was eventually forced to acknowledge that their path, while unconventional, had been the right one for them. When she finally visited their shop and saw what they had built, a thriving business that would eventually make them wealthy young men, her pride was evident despite her lingering concerns about their dangerous product testing methods. The twins' escape also represented something more significant about the wizarding world itself, the triumph of joy, creativity, and resistance against oppressive authority. In leaving as they did, not slinking away in defeat but soaring out in a blaze of glory, Fred and George embodied the spirit that would eventually triumph over Voldemort's regime of fear. They demonstrated that laughter is not merely a distraction from darkness, but a weapon against it, a light that cannot be extinguished by mere rules and restrictions. As night settles around us and the fire burns low, the story of Fred and George Weasley's spectacular departure from Hogwarts reminds us that sometimes the most powerful magic comes not from textbooks and examinations, but from the unprecedented combinations of creativity, courage, and conviction that define truly exceptional wizards. Their legacy continued long after that dramatic evening, through their successful business, through the products that would later become vital to the resistance against Voldemort, and through the memory of two identical grins as they soared away from educational convention toward a future entirely of their own making. In your own journey through life, what conventions might you need to leave behind with similar dramatic flair? What unique gifts might find better expression outside traditional paths? And what lasting impression might you leave on the institutions that shaped you, like the small section of swamp that Professor Flitwick preserved as a tribute to magic too remarkable to fully erase? Chapter 6. The Reforms of Rufus Scrimgeour. As darkness gathers beyond our windows, let us turn our attention to a transitional period in wizarding history, a time when fear hung in the air like a mist, when whispers of Death Eater attacks grew more frequent, and when the Ministry of Magic found itself under new leadership. The flickering light of our discussion now illuminates the stern, lion-like visage of Rufus Scrimgeour, the man who assumed the role of Minister for Magic during the darkest days of the Second Wizarding War. Unlike his predecessor, Cornelius Fudge, who came to power during peacetime and preferred to maintain comfortable illusions rather than confront uncomfortable truths, Rufus Scrimgeour ascended to the ministry's highest office with the bitter taste of war already on the wizarding world's tongue. His appointment represented not merely a change in leadership but a fundamental shift in how the ministry approached the growing threat of Lord Voldemort and his followers. Before his elevation to minister, Scrimgeour had built a formidable reputation as head of the Auror office. Picture him in those days, a man with yellowish eyes behind wire-rimmed spectacles, his mane of tawny hair streaked with gray, walking with a slight limp from old dueling injuries. There was something of the lion about Scrimgeour, both in appearance and temperament, watchful, powerful, and unafraid of confrontation. As an Auror, Scrimgeour had spent decades hunting dark wizards. He understood their methods, their patterns of thinking, and most importantly, the kind of response needed to counter their threat. This experience shaped his approach to governance in ways both effective and problematic. When he took office in the summer of 1996, following Fudge's forced resignation, the wizarding community greeted his appointment with cautious relief. Here, at last, was a fighter rather than a politician, someone who would acknowledge the danger and meet it head-on. The contrast between Fudge and Scrimgeour became immediately apparent in the new minister's first reforms, where Fudge had spent the previous year denying Voldemort's return and persecuting those who spoke the truth. Scrimgeour publicly acknowledged the threat and began mobilizing the ministry's resources accordingly. The Auror office, his former department, received increased funding and authority. Training programs were accelerated, allowing new Aurors to join the ranks more quickly, though perhaps with less thorough preparation than peacetime would have permitted. One of Scrimgeour's most visible early reforms was the distribution of ministry pamphlets to every wizarding household in Britain. Close your eyes and imagine receiving such a document, perhaps delivered by a serious-looking ministry owl at breakfast time, bearing an official seal. Within its pages, you would find practical security advice, guidelines for establishing protective enchantments around your home, instructions for verifying the identity of visitors, recommendations for creating emergency family communication plans. These pamphlets, with titles like Protecting Your Home and Family Against Dark Forces, and When Confronting the Unknown, Basic Defense for Uncertain Times, represented a significant shift in ministry policy. Rather than projecting an artificial calm, Scrimgeour's administration chose to prepare the wizarding population for potential dangers. Some criticized this approach as fear-mongering, but many appreciated the practical guidance during uncertain times. Beyond these informational campaigns, Scrimgeour instituted more substantive security reforms. The Magical Law Enforcement Patrol increased its presence in areas with high wizarding populations. International magical travel came under stricter regulation, with enhanced screening at designated portkey hubs and more rigorous monitoring of the flu network. Defensive charms were strengthened around key magical locations, from Diagon Alley to Hogsmeade Village, creating layers of protection against potential Death Eater attacks. At the ministry itself, security measures intensified dramatically. Visitors now faced identification, verification, wand checks, and in some cases, probity probe examinations before gaining entry to various departments. Even interdepartmental communication came under greater scrutiny, with new protocols established to prevent the Imperious Curse or Polyjuice Potion from being used to compromise ministry operations. Yet for all these practical measures, Scrimgeour's reforms contained a fundamental flaw that would ultimately undermine their effectiveness. Like many leaders during crisis periods, he confused the appearance of action with genuinely effective policy. Some of his most visible initiatives served more to reassure the public than to truly combat Voldemort's growing power. Consider the case of Stan Shunpike, conductor of the night bus, who was arrested in the autumn of 1996 on suspicion of Death Eater activity. The evidence against Shunpike was flimsy at best. He had apparently been overheard talking about the Death Eater's secret plans in a pub, most likely engaging in nothing more harmful than drunken boasting. Yet Scrimgeour's ministry held him without trial in Azkaban, creating the impression of progress in the fight against Voldemort, when in reality, they had simply imprisoned an innocent man. When questioned about this case by Harry Potter during their Christmas meeting at the Burrow, Scrimgeour defended the arrest by suggesting that the ministry had to be seen taking action. "These are dangerous times," he told Harry, unwittingly echoing the justifications that have been used throughout history, both magical and muggle, to curtail liberties in the name of security. This meeting at the Burrow reveals much about Scrimgeour's character and the limitations of his approach. On Christmas Day, the minister appeared unexpectedly at the Weasley family home, ostensibly to allow Percy Weasley a visit with his estranged family. The real purpose, however, was to engineer a private conversation with Harry Potter, whom Scrimgeour hoped to convince to become a visible supporter of the ministry. Imagine the scene in the Weasleys' snow-covered garden, the teenage chosen one facing the lion-like minister, breath-forming clouds in the winter air, as they engaged in a tense verbal duel. Scrimgeour wanted Harry to be seen visiting the ministry occasionally, creating the impression that he was working with them, offering his implicit endorsement of their policies. "What would I be doing?" Harry asked directly. "Oh well, we would just be delighted to have the chance to show you the sort of work we're doing," Scrimgeour replied, his casualness clearly forced. "Give people a boost, you know. The morale of the public means a great deal in times like these." Here we see Scrimgeour's fundamental misunderstanding. He viewed public perception as a tool to be manipulated rather than a reflection of genuine effectiveness. Harry, despite his youth, recognized what the minister did not, that symbols and appearances cannot substitute for substantive action, especially against an enemy as formidable as Lord Voldemort. "The only one who can defeat Lord Voldemort is me," Harry told him with the bluntness of adolescence. "But the ministry hasn't ever asked me for help." Perhaps Scrimgeour's most significant reform was also his most subtle, a change in how the Ministry communicated about Voldemort himself. Under Fudge, even after the Dark Lord's return had been acknowledged, there had been a reluctance to speak his name. Scrimgeour, however, used the name Voldemort in public addresses and official communications, encouraging a more direct confrontation with the fear that the name itself inspired. This policy ironically laid the groundwork for one of Voldemort's later strategic moves. After the Ministry fell to Death Eater control, the taboo curse placed on Voldemort's name became particularly effective, precisely because Scrimgeour had encouraged its use among those most likely to resist the new regime. Those who continued to say Voldemort rather than euphemisms like you-know-who immediately identified themselves as opponents of the Death Eaters and could be quickly located and targeted. As Voldemort's power grew despite the Ministry's efforts, Scrimgeour found himself navigating increasingly treacherous political waters. Pressure mounted for more visible results in the fight against the Death Eaters. The Daily Prophet, while no longer actively denying Voldemort's return as it had under Fudge's influence, began publishing pointed questions about the effectiveness of the Ministry's security measures. Each new disappearance or attack fueled public anxiety and eroded confidence in Scrimgeour's leadership. In response, the minister instituted additional reforms aimed at demonstrating the Ministry's vigilance. Azkaban's security was enhanced following the mass breakout of Death Eaters, though with the Dementors having abandoned their posts to join Voldemort, these measures proved insufficient. The Wizengamot introduced expedited procedures for trying suspected Death Eaters, raising concerns about due process among some of the more principled members of magical law enforcement. Perhaps most controversially, Scrimgeour authorized expanded powers for Aurors in the field. For the first time since the height of the First Wizarding War, Aurors received permission to use unforgivable curses against suspected Death Eaters if deemed necessary. While officially presented as a last resort measure, this policy created a slippery moral slope that troubled many within the Ministry itself, including senior Aurors who remembered how similar authorizations had led to abuses during the previous conflict. Throughout his tenure, Scrimgeour maintained a complex relationship with Albus Dumbledore. The two powerful wizards shared the common goal of opposing Voldemort, but their methods and philosophies placed them often at odds. Dumbledore's independent operations through the Order of the Phoenix frustrated Scrimgeour, who believed that efforts against Voldemort should be centralized under Ministry authority. For his part, Dumbledore remained skeptical of Ministry involvement, particularly given how quickly policies and personnel could change with political winds. This tension came to a head following Dumbledore's death in June of 1997. Upon examining the headmaster's will, Scrimgeour discovered that Dumbledore had left specific items to Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, and Hermione Granger. Suspecting that these bequests contained hidden information related to Dumbledore's secretive plans against Voldemort, Scrimgeour invoked an obscure magical law, allowing the Ministry to examine willed items for dark magic. For 31 days, the maximum period allowed by law, the Ministry retained and studied the Deluminator left to Ron, the copy of the Tales of Beedle the Bard left to Hermione, and the first snitch Harry had ever caught. Finding no obvious magic beyond what would be expected in such objects, Scrimgeour was legally obligated to deliver them to their intended recipients, which he did personally and with evident reluctance. The minister's visit to the Burrow on Harry's 17th birthday revealed how far the relationship between the Ministry and the Chosen One had deteriorated. In the Weasley sitting room, Scrimgeour questioned the three teenagers with increasing frustration, convinced they knew why Dumbledore had left them these specific items and what secret messages they might contain. "I noticed," said Scrimgeour, "that your birthday cake is in the shape of a snitch." His eyes roved from the cake to Harry. "Why is that?" Even as Hermione explained the obvious, that Harry was an exceptional seeker, the underlying tension was clear. Scrimgeour no longer sought Harry as a symbolic ally. Now he viewed him with suspicion as the inheritor of Dumbledore's secretive plans. The meeting ended with barely disguised hostility on both sides. "You may be wearing my old office, Scrimgeour, "But you seem to be no better at recognizing what you've got in me than Fudge was," Harry said, referring to his truth-telling role rather than his celebrity status. This would be their final encounter. Within weeks, the Ministry fell to Voldemort's forces. The exact details of Scrimgeour's final hours remain largely unknown, but this much is certain. Unlike many who might have fled or joined the Death Eaters to save themselves, Rufus Scrimgeour died protecting Harry Potter's whereabouts from Voldemort. Despite their differences, despite the flaws in his approach to fighting the Dark Lord, the former minister demonstrated at the end the courage and integrity that had made him a formidable head Auror. "They searched the whole place from top to bottom," Bill Weasley reported after the fall of the Ministry. "They found Scrimgeour, but they knew he wouldn't tell them where Harry was, even when they tortured him. The tragedy of Scrimgeour's tenure as minister lies not in his intentions, which were largely honorable, but in his inability to recognize that the struggle against Voldemort could not be won through conventional means. His reforms, while practical in many respects, addressed symptoms rather than causes. They sought to manage a threat that could only be eliminated through the destruction of Horcruxes, a task about which the Ministry remained entirely ignorant. Yet there is something admirable in Scrimgeour's stubborn resistance, in his refusal to surrender even when faced with overwhelming odds. His reforms may not have prevented Voldemort's eventual takeover of the Ministry, but they likely slowed it, giving the Order of the Phoenix and Dumbledore's army precious time to organize their own resistance. After the Ministry fell, many of Scrimgeour's security protocols were actually maintained by the Death Eater regime, though perverted to serve their own ends. The pamphlets offering security advice were replaced with anti-Muggle propaganda. The identification procedures he had established to prevent infiltration became methods for tracking and persecuting Muggle-borns. The expanded Auror authorities were used to legitimize what amounted to state terrorism against opponents of the new regime. As night deepens around us and our conversation draws to a close, we might reflect on Rufus Scrimgeour as a transitional figure in wizarding history, a man whose greatest strength was perhaps also his greatest weakness. His approach to fighting Voldemort was direct, conventional, institutional. He believed in the power of the Ministry, in the effectiveness of established procedures, enhanced and adapted for wartime. What he could not fully grasp was that some evils cannot be fought through institutions alone, especially when those very institutions have been compromised from within. In the end, Scrimgeour's reforms represent both the possibilities and limitations of official power in the face of magical extremism. They remind us that courage and good intentions, while necessary, are not always sufficient. Sometimes the most important battles must be fought not in the corridors of power, but in hidden places, by unlikely heroes, using methods that conventional authority would never sanction, or perhaps even understand. What rules and systems do you rely upon for safety in your own life? And what would you do if you discovered that the very institutions meant to protect you had become vulnerable to the forces they were designed to guard against? Chapter 7. The Alteration of Memories. Tendrils of moonlight stretch across our room as we delve into one of the most profound and unsettling aspects of magical ability, the power to reach into the mind of another and change what they remember. In the wizarding world, where wonders and terrors walk hand in hand, few abilities raise such complex ethical questions as the magic of memory modification. The gentle crackling of the fire accompanies our exploration of this subtle art, a branch of magic that leaves no visible scars, but can fundamentally reshape a person's sense of self and reality. Unlike the flashy spellwork of dueling or the tangible transformations of transfiguration, memory magic operates in the delicate landscape of consciousness itself, altering not what is, but what is perceived to have been. At its most basic level, memory modification in the wizarding world typically begins with the memory charm, Obliviate, a spell that erases specific memories from a person's mind. The incantation itself sounds almost gentle, derived from the Latin word for forgetting, but its effects can be profound and irreversible when cast with sufficient power or skill. The ease with which this spell can be performed, belies its complexity. To properly modify a memory requires precision and finesse. One must delicately extract or alter the targeted recollections while leaving surrounding memories intact. An imprecise casting might remove too much, creating suspicious gaps in a person's memory, or too little, leaving fragments that could eventually trigger recall of the supposedly erased event. More sophisticated than simple removal is the implantation of false memories, a technique that requires even greater magical skill. Rather than creating an absence, the caster constructs an artificial memory, complete with sensory details, emotional responses, and contextual connections to authentic memories, and integrates it seamlessly into the subject's mind. When performed correctly, the recipient cannot distinguish these fabricated experiences from their genuine recollections. Consider the tragic case of Bertha Jorkins, a ministry witch whose encounter with memory modification illustrates the terrible vulnerability of the mind to magical interference. While on holiday in Albania, Jorkins accidentally encountered Peter Pettigrew, a Death Eater whom the wizarding world believed dead. Pettigrew, recognizing the danger of being discovered, captured Jorkins and took her to Lord Voldemort, who discovered that she had been subjected to a powerful memory charm years earlier by Barty Crouch Sr. This charm had been cast to prevent Jorkins from revealing that Crouch's son, a convicted Death Eater, was secretly living under his father's protection. Voldemort, with terrible skill and cruelty, broke through the memory charm, not by restoring Jorkins' mind to health, but by tearing through the magical barrier with such force that it destroyed her sanity in the process. The information he gained proved valuable enough that he considered the mental destruction of Bertha Jorkins an acceptable price. The fate of Bertha Jorkins highlights a chilling reality. Memory charms, while potentially helpful or even necessary in certain circumstances, create an enduring vulnerability in those affected. The modified mind becomes a locked door behind which secrets may be hidden, but like any lock, it can be broken by those with sufficient determination and power. Perhaps the most notorious practitioner of memory modification in recent wizarding history was Gilderoy Lockhart, whose entire career was built upon stealing the accomplishments of others through magical memory manipulation. Lockhart would seek out witches and wizards who had performed impressive magical feats, extract their memories of these achievements through careful questioning, and then cast powerful memory charms to make them forget both their accomplishments and his interrogation. With these stolen stories, Lockhart wrote best-selling books like Break with a Banshee and Wanderings with Werewolves, claiming the adventures as his own. His particular talent lay not in the heroic deeds he described, but in his exceptional skill with memory charms. Ironically, the one magical ability he genuinely possessed at an advanced level. The poetic justice that eventually befell Lockhart serves as a cautionary tale about memory magic. Deep in the Chamber of Secrets, when he attempted to permanently erase the memories of Harry Potter and Ron Weasley, he used Ron's damaged wand. The spell backfired catastrophically, rebounding on Lockhart himself and erasing his entire personal history. The man who had built a career stealing memories lost all of his own, a blank slate who could no longer remember his own name, let alone his fraudulent accomplishments. "Hello," he said pleasantly, when visited in St. Mungo's Hospital. "Odd sort of place this, isn't it? Some people think I'm a healer. I'm actually getting rather good at joined-up writing, you know." The permanent ward of St. Mungo's Hospital contains several patients suffering from severe memory damage, some from backfired spells like Lockhart, others from traumatic magical accidents, and still others from deliberate attacks. The healers work patiently with these individuals, but magical damage to the mind often proves resistant to treatment, suggesting that our memories may be among the most magically fragile aspects of our being. Moving beyond individual cases, memory modification plays a crucial institutional role in wizarding society through the work of obliviators, ministry employees specifically trained to modify the memories of muggles who have witnessed magical events. This practice forms a cornerstone of the International Statute of Secrecy, allowing the wizarding world to remain hidden despite occasional breaches of magical concealment. Imagine being part of an Obliviator squad, responding to reports of a dragon sighting over a Muggle village or a magical duel witnessed by startled non-magical bystanders. Your task would be not only to remove the immediate memory of the magical incident, but to construct a plausible alternative explanation, perhaps an unusual aircraft for the dragon, or an elaborate street performance for the duel that seamlessly integrates with the witness's remaining memories. The ethical implications of this practice rarely receive serious examination within the wizarding community. The modification of Muggle memories is generally accepted as a necessary measure for maintaining secrecy, with little consideration given to the question of whether witches and wizards have the right to alter the minds of non-magical people without their consent. This blind spot in wizarding ethics reveals something troubling about how even well-intentioned magical society can normalize practices that fundamentally violate the autonomy of others. Perhaps the most morally complex use of memory modification we encounter in recent wizarding history is Hermione Granger's decision to alter her parents' memories before the height of the Second Wizarding War. Facing the very real possibility that Death Eaters might torture her parents for information about her whereabouts, Hermione took the extraordinary step of removing all memory of herself from their minds and implanting a false desire to move to Australia under new identities. "I've modified their memories so that they're convinced they're really called Wendell and Monica Wilkins, and that their life's ambition is to move to Australia," she explained to Harry, her voice steady, despite the enormity of what she had done. "They've already made plans to sell their house and everything. They'll be safe there. They won't remember that they've got a daughter." This act of protective memory modification carries profound emotional weight. Hermione essentially erased herself from her parents' lives, becoming a daughter they never had. Unlike Ministry Obliviators modifying strangers' memories after magical incidents, Hermione altered the minds of those closest to her, removing not just isolated events but an entire relationship spanning 17 years. The personal sacrifice inherent in this decision cannot be overstated. For the duration of the war, Hermione existed in a state of having parents who did not know her, who would pass her on the street without a flicker of recognition, and while she presumably restored their memories after Voldemort's defeat, though this is never explicitly shown in the canonical texts, the experience of having been forgotten by one's own parents, even temporarily and for their protection, represents a unique kind of loss. Memory modification in the wizarding world extends beyond spells to include certain magical objects and potions. The Pensive, which we explored in an earlier chapter, allows for the extraction and external storage of memories, not precisely modification, but a related form of memory manipulation that can change how a witch or wizard relates to their own experiences by enabling objective review from an outside perspective. More sinister are potions designed to interfere with memory formation or recall. The Drink of Despair, which protected one of Voldemort's Horcruxes in the Sea Cave, forced its victim to relive their worst memories while simultaneously creating a desperate thirst, a cruel combination of psychological and physical torture. This potion demonstrates how memory can be weaponized, using a person's own painful experiences against them. The question of whether magically modified memories can be restored remains somewhat ambiguous in wizarding knowledge. In some cases, particularly with minor or recently cast memory charms, reversal appears possible through targeted counterspells performed by skilled practitioners. More extensive modifications, however, may be permanent or retrievable only through dangerous methods that risk the subject's mental stability, as seen in Voldemort's brutal breaking of the charm on Bertha Jorkins. This uncertainty adds another layer of ethical complexity to memory modification. When a wizard casts Obliviate, they may be taking action that cannot be undone, permanently altering another person's identity and experience, without the possibility of restoration. The responsibility inherent in wielding such power would seem to demand the highest standards of ethical consideration. Yet memory spells are taught as standard charms without special moral instruction. In rare cases, the modified mind develops unexpected resistances or adaptations to memory tampering. The most remarkable example is perhaps Barty Crouch Jr., who gradually overcame the effects of the imperious curse his father had used to keep him docile and hidden. While not strictly memory modification, the mind control implemented through the imperious curse works on similar principles of overriding a person's authentic thoughts and experiences with externally imposed ones. Crouch described the process of fighting the curse as initially hearing his own voice, as though from a distance, gradually growing stronger until he could begin resisting his father's instructions. This suggests that the authentic self, including one's true memories and identity, may maintain a kind of shadow existence even under magical suppression, potentially reasserting itself under the right circumstances. The long-term effects of memory modification on magical individuals remain largely unstudied, at least in published wizarding literature. Does repeated exposure to memory charms create cumulative damage to a person's cognitive function? Can subtle signs of memory tampering be detected by those who know what to look for? These questions highlight gaps in our understanding of how magical and mental processes intersect. What we do know suggests that extensive memory modification can fundamentally change a person's character and capabilities. Lockhart's case demonstrates this dramatically. The charming, conniving celebrity became childlike and guileless after losing his memories, suggesting that our past experiences shape not just what we know but who we are at a fundamental level. Throughout wizarding history, debates have occasionally emerged regarding the regulation of memory magic. Some argue that memory charms should be classified alongside the unforgivable curses, given their potential to fundamentally violate another person's autonomy and identity. Others maintain that their utility in maintaining the statute of secrecy and preventing panic in certain situations justifies their continued legal status. These debates intensified after the Second Wizarding War, when the extent of memory modification performed under Voldemort's regime became apparent. Death Eaters had liberally used memory charms to cover their tracks, implant false information, and in some cases force individuals to falsely confess to crimes. These abuses led to calls for a stricter regulation of memory magic and greater penalties for its misuse. For individuals who have experienced magical memory modification, the psychological impact can be profound. Even when the memory alteration itself cannot be consciously detected, many report feeling sensations of discontinuity or déjà vu, moments when reality seems slightly askew, as though something important has been forgotten or changed. Magical theorists describe this as a form of memory echo, where the authentic memory leaves a trace impression that the conscious mind cannot quite access, but still subconsciously registers. As our exploration of magical memory alteration draws to a close, we find ourselves contemplating one of the most fundamental questions about human identity. To what extent are we defined by our memories? If our recollections can be removed, modified, or fabricated through magical means, what remains of the authentic self? The wizarding world offers no simple answers to these questions. Instead, it presents us with a complex landscape where memory proves both precious and precarious, a landscape where the boundaries between reality and perception blur under the influence of spells that can rewrite personal history. The fire has burned low now, and shadows lengthen across our room. As we sit in contemplative silence, consider this: if you could selectively modify your own memories, removing painful experiences, enhancing pleasant ones, or perhaps altering how you perceived pivotal moments in your life, would you choose to do so? And if you did, would the person who emerged from such self-directed memory modification still fundamentally be you? Chapter 8. The Architecture of the Ministry of Magic. As night gathers around us, let us descend beneath the streets of London to explore one of the most remarkable hidden structures in the wizarding world. Far below the bustling city, unknown to the millions of muggles who walk above it each day, lies a vast complex of offices, chambers, and halls that serves as the heart of magical government in Britain, the Ministry of Magic. The ministry's location deep beneath London speaks to the fundamental nature of wizarding governance in Britain, present yet hidden. influential yet invisible to those without magic. Unlike Hogwarts, which exists in splendid isolation among the Scottish mountains, or Diagon Alley, which occupies a magical pocket adjacent to the Muggle world, the Ministry exists directly beneath the feet of Muggle London, a shadow government operating literally underfoot. Our journey to the Ministry begins not with brooms or flue powder, but with a seemingly ordinary telephone box on a dingy London street. This unassuming red booth, typically overlooked by passing Muggles, serves as the visitor's entrance to the Ministry. To gain access, one must dial 62442, spelling out magic on the telephone keypad, and state one's name and business. The floor of the telephone box then descends like a lift, carrying visitors hundreds of feet below the surface into the atrium of the Ministry. Imagine stepping out of this telephone box lift into the vast space of the atrium, your footsteps echoing on the highly polished dark wood floor. The peacock blue ceiling above stretches away into the distance, inlaid with gleaming golden symbols that continually move and change like an arcane celestial map. Along the walls, gilded fireplaces glow with emerald flames as Ministry employees arrive and depart via the flue network, dozens of witches and wizards stepping out of green fire, briefcases in hand, while others queue to leave, vanishing in flashes of emerald light. At the far end of the atrium, your eye is drawn to what was once the Fountain of Magical Brethren, a group of golden statues depicting a witch, wizard, centaur, goblin, and house elf. Water sprays from various points of the statues, creating a pleasant, musical splashing sound that provides a constant background to the bustling activity of the atrium. This fountain, with donations benefiting St. Mungo's Hospital, originally portrayed the non-human magical beings gazing adoringly at the witch and wizard, a representation that spoke volumes about the Ministry's historically human-centric worldview. After Voldemort's return to power and the subsequent takeover of the Ministry, this fountain was replaced by a much darker monument, the Magic is Might statue, depicting a witch and wizard seated upon decorative thrones made from the contorted bodies of naked Muggles. This dramatic change in central symbolism reflected the profound shift in Ministry ideology under Death Eater control, transforming the space from merely self-important to actively malevolent. Dominating the wall behind the fountain area is a row of fireplaces used exclusively for departures, balanced by arrival fireplaces along the opposite wall. This careful traffic flow management prevents collisions in the busy atrium, where hundreds of Ministry employees might be arriving for work simultaneously during peak hours. Beyond the atrium lies the security desk, where visitors must register their wands and submit to identification procedures. The wand registration process involves placing one's wand on a brass instrument resembling a set of scales, which produces a small printed slip detailing the wand's core, wood, and length of service. This security checkpoint became increasingly stringent during times of crisis, eventually incorporating probity probes, golden rods that detect concealment spells and hidden magical objects, and even the thief's downfall during Voldemort's control of the Ministry. From the atrium, a set of golden gates leads to a smaller hall containing at least 20 lifts behind wrought golden grills. These lifts provide access to the Ministry's 9 levels, each dedicated to different departments and functions. The lift system itself is a marvel of magical engineering, moving not only vertically but horizontally as well, allowing access to the Ministry's sprawling subterranean layout. As the lifts move between floors, disembodied female voices announce each level and its departments, while interdepartmental memos fold themselves into paper airplanes and flutter above passengers' heads, waiting to exit at their designated floors. Level 1 houses the offices of the Minister for Magic and support staff, including senior undersecretaries and advisors. The architecture here reflects the power and prestige of the highest offices in magical government. Thick purple carpets muffle footsteps. Heavy wooden doors with brass nameplates mark individual offices, and enchanted windows display weather that is carefully selected to reflect the Ministry's desired mood. Sunshine during times when they wish to project optimism, or refreshing rain when they prefer a sense of cleansing and renewal. These windows represent a fascinating aspect of Ministry architecture, despite being hundreds of feet underground. Magical windows throughout the building are enchanted to show artificial weather and landscapes. The Magical Maintenance Department controls these views, and during periods of employee dissatisfaction, they have been known to adjust the weather accordingly, creating hurricanes during wage disputes or pleasant sunshine after successful negotiations. Level 2 contains the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, often described as the most important Ministry department. This floor houses the Improper Use of Magic Office, Horror Headquarters, Wizengamot Administration Services, and other law enforcement divisions. The architecture here balances functionality with authority: reinforced doors protecting sensitive areas, dedicated rooms for interrogation and evidence storage, and a bullpen-style arrangement of desks for Aurors that facilitates rapid communication during crises. Horror Headquarters itself deserves special mention. Unlike the imposing private offices found on Level 1, Horror Workspace consists of open-plan cubicles, their walls covered with wanted posters, family photographs, daily profit clippings, and maps marked with tracking pins. This arrangement reflects the collaborative, often urgent nature of dark wizard catching, where information sharing can mean the difference between capture and escape. Level 3 houses the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes, including the Accidental Magic Reversal Squad, Obliviator Headquarters, and Muggle-Worthy Excuse Committee. The practical nature of these departments is reflected in their design: easily cleanable surfaces that resist magical residue, strategically placed emergency equipment for containing magical outbreaks, and walls lined with filing cabinets containing thousands of pre-approved cover stories for magical incidents witnessed by Muggles. Level 4 is home to the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, with divisions including the Beast, Being, and Spirit divisions, as well as the Goblin Liaison Office and Pest Advisory Bureau. The architecture here incorporates specialized features for handling various magical creatures: reinforced holding areas, specially ventilated rooms for species with particular atmospheric needs, and soundproof chambers for creatures whose vocalizations might have magical effects. Level 5 contains the Department of International Magical Cooperation, including the International Magical Trading Standards Body, the International Magical Office of Law, and the International Confederation of Wizards, British seats. The design aesthetic here incorporates elements from various magical cultures, with conference rooms designed for international delegations and translation services built into the very walls, allowing for seamless communication across language barriers. Level 6 houses the Department of Magical Transportation, overseeing flu network regulation, broom regulatory control, portkey creation, and apparition testing. The practical requirements of magical transportation research shaped this level's design, with specialized testing chambers for new transportation methods, sealed environments for experimenting with flu powder variants, and a large open space dedicated to testing racing broom prototypes under controlled conditions. Level 7 is dedicated to the Department of Magical Games and Sports, including the British and Irish Quidditch League headquarters, official Gobstones Club, and Ludicrous Patents Office. The atmosphere here is noticeably more relaxed than on other floors, with sporting memorabilia decorating the walls, model Quidditch pitches used for strategy planning, and the occasional friendly game of enchanted darts breaking out between meetings. Level 8 simply contains the atrium, which we have already explored. Level 9, however, holds one of the Ministry's most mysterious and architecturally distinct areas, the Department of Mysteries. Access to this department is tightly controlled, with a single plain black door at the end of a corridor leading from the lifts. Unlike the clearly labeled and organized departments on other floors, the Department of Mysteries consists of a circular room with identical unmarked doors, which rotate when closed to confuse unauthorized visitors. Beyond these doors lie chambers dedicated to the study of the deepest mysteries of existence: time, space, thought, love, death, and prophecy. Each room's architecture reflects its purpose. The time chamber, with its dancing light particles and bell jars, where objects age and de-age. The space chamber with its planets floating in midair. The death chamber, with its ancient stone archway on a raised dais. The hall of prophecy with its towering shelves of glass orbs. The department's design emphasizes disorientation and compartmentalization, ensuring that even if an intruder gains access to one area, the overall structure prevents easy navigation between research divisions. Far below all 9 main levels lies a 10th level not served by the regular lifts. The courtrooms used by the Wizengamot for criminal trials. These ancient chambers, accessed by stairs from level 9, represent some of the oldest portions of the Ministry. Their architecture evokes a sense of grim judgment, stone benches arranged in tiers looking down upon a chair in the center of the room, where chains magically bind the accused during proceedings. Originally constructed during less enlightened times in wizarding history, these courtrooms witnessed both justice and grave miscarriages, from the trial of Death Eaters after the First Wizarding War to the shameful persecution of Muggleborns during Voldemort's control of the Ministry. The overall architectural philosophy of the Ministry appears to balance several competing needs: the practical requirements of magical governance, the symbolic projection of authority, the necessity for secrecy from the Muggle world, and the accommodation of diverse magical departments with specialized requirements. The resulting structure is a warren of contrasts, from the grandiose atrium, designed to impress, to the utilitarian offices of mid-level bureaucrats, to the deliberately confusing layout of the Department of Mysteries. Magical maintenance of this vast complex presents unique challenges. A dedicated magical maintenance department handles everything from regulating the artificial weather in the enchanted windows to repairing magical damage after incidents. During his infiltration of the Ministry, Arthur Weasley once mentioned that these maintenance workers had spent months stopping toilets from regurgitating their contents, a vivid reminder that even in a world of magic, infrastructure requires constant attention. The Ministry's physical architecture also incorporates numerous security measures beyond the visible checkpoints. Advanced detection charms monitor for unauthorized magic, while certain areas contain defenses against specific threats, anti-apparition jinxes throughout the building, specialized wards against dark objects, and in particularly sensitive areas, magical barriers that respond to the specific magical signature of authorized personnel. During times of heightened security, such as after Voldemort's return to power, additional protective measures were implemented. Protective enchantments were strengthened, identification procedures became more rigorous, and certain departments, particularly the Department of Mysteries, received additional magical fortifications. However, these measures ultimately proved insufficient when the Ministry fell to Voldemort, suggesting that the architecture's defensive capabilities had critical vulnerabilities. The Ministry's underground location itself serves as both protection and symbolism. Practically, the deep subterranean setting provides natural insulation from Muggle detection, with layers of earth and rock shielding the magical activity from above. Symbolically, it represents the hidden nature of magical governance, operating beneath the surface of ordinary society, invisible to those without the knowledge to see it. Over its long history, the Ministry has undergone several significant architectural renovations, often following changes in wizarding society or specific incidents that revealed weaknesses. After the First Wizarding War, security enhancements were implemented throughout the complex. Following the infiltration by Sirius Black, then thought to be a dangerous escaped convict, access points were more carefully monitored. And after the Battle of the Department of Mysteries, when a group of students managed to penetrate one of the most secure areas of the Ministry, a comprehensive review of defensive architecture was undertaken. The most dramatic transformation, however, occurred after Voldemort's fall and the end of the Second Wizarding War. The physical architecture remained largely intact, but the symbolic elements underwent radical change. The Magic is Might statue was removed. The original Fountain of Magical Brethren was not restored, but rather replaced with a new monument commemorating all victims of both wizarding wars. The heavy, oppressive color schemes favored during the Death Eater occupation gave way to lighter, more open designs intended to symbolize transparency and reform. Given its centrality to wizarding governance, the ministry's architecture naturally reflects the values and priorities of whoever controls it. Under ministers like Cornelius Fudge, the emphasis was on appearances and grandeur, projecting an image of competence and control even when reality fell short. Under Rufus Scrimgeour, security features became more prominent, visibly demonstrating the ministry's wartime footing. During the brief but terrible period of Death Eater control, the architecture was weaponized as propaganda, with physical spaces redesigned to intimidate and reinforce blood supremacist ideology. After the war, Kingsley Shacklebolt's administration initiated reforms that were reflected in architectural changes, removing barriers between departments to encourage cooperation, creating more open meeting spaces for public input, and establishing memorial areas that acknowledged past ministry failures rather than concealing them. These changes represented not just aesthetic preferences, but deliberate efforts to transform the culture of magical governance through its physical environment. The magical infrastructure supporting the ministry's operations deserves special attention. Beyond the visible elements of architecture lie complex enchantments that make the massive underground complex function. Ventilation charms provide fresh air, despite the depth below ground. Specialized variants of extension charms create spaces larger than should be physically possible. Stabilization spells prevent the surrounding Muggle infrastructure, subway tunnels, utility lines, building foundations, from being affected by ministry activities. Perhaps most impressive is the magical system that prevents flooding, despite the ministry's location beneath the Thames. A network of ancient water-repelling charms, regularly maintained and strengthened over centuries, keeps the enormous pressure of the river at bay. Ministry records mention at least 2 historical incidents when these charms temporarily failed, resulting in dramatic flooding that required extensive emergency magic and numerous memory charms on Muggle utility workers to resolve. As our exploration of the ministry's architecture concludes, it's worth reflecting on how this hidden seat of power embodies both the strengths and weaknesses of wizarding governance. Its grandeur speaks to the accomplishments of magical society, while its secretive nature and occasionally impenetrable bureaucracy reflect the challenges of governing a community that exists apart from the wider world. The ministry stands as a monument to wizardkind's capacity for creating wonders hidden in plain sight, a vast, complex, magical institution operating beneath the feet of millions who never suspect its existence. Yet it also represents the isolation that sometimes characterizes the wizarding world, physically separated from the Muggle society above by layers of earth and enchantment, just as wizarding governance often remains disconnected from the concerns of ordinary magical citizens. As we ascend in our imaginations from the depths of the ministry back to the London street above, passing from the magical world to the mundane, consider this: what structures of power exist unseen in your own world? What hidden architectures shape your daily life without your knowledge? And if you could design a seat of governance that truly reflected your values, what form might it take? Chapter 9. The Magic of the Weasley's Clock. As evening settles around us, let us turn our attention to a remarkable magical object that embodies the very essence of the wizarding world's approach to family and connection. In the cluttered, cozy living room of the Burrow, the Weasley family home, hangs a most unusual timepiece that tells not the hour of the day, but something far more precious: the whereabouts and well-being of each family member. The Weasley's clock stands as perhaps the most touching example of practical magic, designed not for glory or power, but for love and care. Unlike the grandeur of Hogwarts' enchanted ceiling or the imposing magical architecture of the ministry, this humble household object serves a purpose that resonates deeply with anyone who has ever worried about a loved one's safety. It shows exactly where each family member is at any given moment. Picture the clock as we first encounter it through Harry Potter's eyes, a large wooden timepiece with 9 golden hands, each engraved with the name of a Weasley family member. Instead of numbers marking the hours, the clock face displays various locations and states of being: home, school, work, traveling, lost, hospital, prison, and most ominously during the dark days of the Second Wizarding War, mortal peril. The physical appearance of the clock reflects the Weasley home itself, slightly worn but well crafted, more functional than decorative, and radiating a sense of warmth that comes from an object made with love, rather than mere technical skill. The wooden case bears the small nicks and polished spots that come from years of anxious glances and gentle touches, marking it as a true family heirloom. But how does such a remarkable magical object function? What enchantments allow it to track the movements and status of individuals across vast distances, through various magical protections, and even sense when they face mortal danger? The magic of the Weasleys' clock likely begins with a core principle, familiar to those who study magical theory: sympathetic connection. This ancient magical concept suggests that objects or people that share a deep connection, particularly blood relations, maintain a magical link regardless of physical distance. We see this principle at work in many aspects of magic, from the trace that monitors underage wizardry to the binding power of blood magic that protected Harry Potter at the Dursleys' home. For the clock to function, each hand must contain something intrinsically connected to the family member it represents, perhaps a strand of hair, reminiscent of polyjuice potion ingredients, or possibly a drop of freely given blood, embedded within the golden metal of each hand. This personal element creates the sympathetic link that allows the clock to sense the person's location and status regardless of distance. The spellwork involved in creating such an object would be extraordinarily complex, combining elements of charms and divination in a manner rarely taught at Hogwarts. The clock must not only maintain constant awareness of 9 different individuals, but must also interpret their situations accurately enough to position the hands appropriately. Consider the nuance required to distinguish between traveling and merely being away from home, or to detect when someone has truly become lost rather than simply wandering. Most impressive and concerning is the clock's ability to determine when a family member faces mortal peril, suggesting it can somehow sense intent and danger directed toward those it monitors. Arthur Weasley, with his fascination for enchanted objects, may have created the clock himself, perhaps adapting an older design or working from rare enchantment instructions. Alternatively, given its apparent age and the complexity of its magic, the clock might be a family heirloom passed down through generations of Weasleys, its origins lost to time, but its function maintained through careful magical maintenance. The magic of the Weasleys' clock becomes particularly poignant during the Second Wizarding War, when Molly Weasley reveals that all 9 hands have been pointing to mortal peril for weeks. "It's been like that for a while now," she tells Harry. "Ever since you-know-who came back into the open. I suppose everybody's in mortal danger now." "I don't think it can be just our family." This observation provides insight into the clock's limitations. While sophisticated enough to detect general dangers, it lacks the precision to distinguish between the ambient threat of war and specific immediate dangers to individual family members. The clock's constant warning of mortal peril, while accurate in a broader sense, rendered it temporarily less useful for its intended purpose of offering specific reassurance about loved ones' safety. Yet even in this failure, the clock reveals something profound about magical objects that respond to emotional needs. The clock's persistent warning reflected not a malfunction, but rather an honest representation of reality. The Weasley family was indeed in constant danger during this period. Unlike ministry propaganda or the Daily Prophet's misleading reporting, the clock provided unvarnished truth, however difficult to bear. The Weasleys' clock stands in interesting contrast to other magical methods of tracking or communication. Unlike two-way mirrors which require active participation from both parties, or Patronus messages which demand considerable magical skill, the clock operates passively and continuously, requiring no effort from those being monitored. This makes it particularly suited to a parent's need to keep watch over children who might be too young, too busy, or occasionally too rebellious to check in regularly. There exists a fascinating parallel between the Weasleys' clock and certain aspects of the Marauder's map. Both magical objects track the locations of specific individuals with remarkable accuracy, suggesting similar underlying magical principles. However, where the Marauder's map is limited to the grounds of Hogwarts, but can track anyone within that boundary, the Weasley's clock can monitor its subjects anywhere, but is limited to specific family members. This comparison highlights how magical intent shapes an enchanted object's capabilities. The map was designed by mischief makers seeking to avoid authority figures, while the clock was created from parental love and concern. From a magical theory perspective, the clock raises interesting questions about privacy and consent in wizarding society. The clock monitors family members continuously, without requiring their active participation or permission, a function that might seem invasive by Muggle standards. Yet within wizarding culture, where parents can detect underage magic through the trace and household enchantments routinely monitor various aspects of daily life, such magical oversight seems accepted as part of family life. This acceptance likely stems from the fundamental trust assumed within wizarding families and the benevolent intent behind such monitoring. The clock exists not to control or surveil, but to reassure, to allow Molly Weasley a moment's peace, knowing her children are safely at school or work, or to alert her immediately if they need help. The magic responds to and amplifies this loving intent, making the clock an extension of parental care rather than an instrument of control. Similar magical objects exist throughout the wizarding world, though few combine the precision, reliability, and emotional resonance of the Weasley's clock. Magical portraits maintain a connection to their subjects, though they capture personality rather than location. Enchanted family tapestries, like the one at Grimmauld Place, record lineage and major life events, but lack the clock's real-time monitoring. Certain detection devices used by Aurors can track specific individuals, but these generally require more active magical participation and lack the domestic warmth of the Weasleys' creation. The theoretical principles behind the clock's magic likely involve a sophisticated application of the Protean charm, the same spell Hermione used to create the enchanted coins for Dumbledore's army, allowing changes to one object to be reflected in others with which it shares a magical link. In the clock's case, this connection would be far more complex, monitoring multiple variables simultaneously and translating them into the position of physical hands on the clock face. One particularly interesting aspect of the clock's magic is its ability to recognize the concept of home. When a family member is at the burrow, their hand points to home rather than to specific geographic coordinates. This suggests the clock's enchantment incorporates not just physical tracking, but a recognition of emotional and familial connections. It understands what home means to each Weasley in a way that transcends mere location. This aspect of the clock's magic resonates with deeper themes in wizarding culture about the magical significance of home and belonging, from the ancient protection that Lily Potter's sacrifice created at Privet Drive to the enchantments that hide and protect wizarding dwellings. Magical theory recognizes home as more than physical space. It is a nexus of emotional and magical significance that can anchor powerful spells. The clock also demonstrates how wizarding families use magic to address universal human concerns. Muggle parents worry about their children's whereabouts and safety, just as Molly Weasley does, but where they might rely on telephone calls or tracking applications, she has a clock that magically monitors her family's well-being. The underlying emotional need is identical, with magic simply providing a different solution shaped by wizarding culture and capabilities. During particularly dangerous times, Molly Weasley took to carrying a miniaturized version of the clock with her wherever she went, a portable timepiece with the same enchantments as the larger family clock. This adaptation highlights another fascinating aspect of magical objects, their ability to be modified and personalized according to changing needs. The magic remained consistent, but its physical vessel transformed to meet the demands of wartime vigilance. As the Second Wizarding War intensified, The clock's once varied display became a constant warning, with all hands pointing to mortal peril. Yet Molly continued to glance at it habitually, hoping against hope to see some change that might indicate improved circumstances for her family. In this behavior, we see something profoundly human, the need for reassurance, however small, during times of great uncertainty. Even when the clock could offer little practical information, its very presence provided a tangible connection to loved ones scattered in various dangerous missions. After Voldemort's defeat and the return of peace to the wizarding world, one can imagine the profound emotional moment when the clock hands began to move away from mortal peril for the first time in years. Perhaps they shifted first to traveling as family members made their way home from Hogwarts, then gradually to home as the Weasleys reunited at the Burrow to mourn their losses and celebrate their survival. Yet one hand would never return from mortal peril. Following Fred Weasley's death at the Battle of Hogwarts, his family faced a poignant question about his hand on the clock. Did it fall still, perhaps requiring removal in a heartbreaking ceremony of acceptance? Did it somehow indicate his passage beyond the veil? Or was it enchanted anew to point always to home, reflecting the belief that loved ones never truly leave us? The canonical texts do not tell us, leaving space for us to consider what would be most meaningful in wizarding culture's approach to loss and remembrance. For George Weasley, Fred's twin and closest companion, the clock would hold particular significance in the aftermath of battle. Having lost not just a brother but a part of himself, George might have found both pain and comfort in glimpsing Fred's clock hand, a tangible reminder of his twin's absence, but also of his permanent place in the family's heart. In the years following the war, as the Weasley children married and started families of their own, the clock likely evolved to accommodate new members. Additional hands for spouses like Fleur, Angelina, Audrey, and eventually Hermione and Harry would join the original 9. Later, hands for the next generation: Victoire, Dominique, Louis, Molly, Lucy, Fred II, Roxanne, Rose, Hugo, James, Albus, and Lily would transform the clock into an ever more complex family tree in motion. This evolution speaks to the organic nature of magical objects in wizarding households. They grow and change alongside the families they serve, adapting to new circumstances and expanding responsibilities. Unlike Muggle technology that becomes obsolete and requires replacement, magical objects like the Weasley's clock can remain relevant for generations through periodic enchantment renewal and modification. The magical theory behind such adaptability suggests that certain enchantments are designed with flexibility in mind, containing embedded capabilities for expansion without compromising their core functionality. This reflects wizarding culture's longer time frames and generational thinking. Magical objects are often created not just for immediate use, but as heirlooms meant to serve families for centuries. As our exploration of the Weasley's clock draws to a close, we might reflect on how this seemingly simple object encapsulates so much of what makes wizarding culture distinct. It demonstrates magic used not for power or prestige, but for love and connection. It shows how magical solutions to universal human concerns reflect and reinforce cultural values. And it illustrates the wizarding approach to technology, not the constant innovation and replacement seen in Muggle society, but the creation of enduring magical tools that grow alongside the families they serve. The gentle ticking of the Weasley's clock reminds us that in the wizarding world, time is measured not just in hours and minutes, but in the movements of loved ones through their lives. It stands as a testament to magic's most profound purpose, not to conquer death or achieve greatness, but to nurture connections between people who care for one another. As the hands of our own clocks move forward and the night grows deeper, consider this: if you possessed a clock like the Weasleys, with hands representing those dearest to you, whose names would be engraved upon those golden pointers? And what might it reveal about your own constellation of relationships, the personal geography of care and concern that defines your life's most meaningful connections? Chapter 10. The Legacy of Weasley's Wizard Wheezes. The evening sky outside our window has deepened to indigo, scattered with stars like distant Lumos spells against the darkness. It's the perfect backdrop for our exploration of a place that brings light and laughter to the wizarding world, an establishment where magic and mirth combine in explosive, effervescent ways. Tonight, we turn our attention to the colorful shop at number 93, Diagon Alley. Weasley's Wizard Wheezes. In a wizarding world often preoccupied with ancient traditions and somber responsibilities, this vibrant emporium stands as a testament to the transformative power of joy and the magical potential of laughter. What began as whispered experiments in a crowded bedroom at the Burrow blossomed into one of the most successful businesses in magical Britain, a legacy built not on solemn scholarship or political connections, but on creativity, innovation, and the irrepressible spirit of two identical red-headed wizards. The story of Weasley's Wizard Wheezes begins long before its grand opening, in the childhood antics of Fred and George Weasley, twins whose magical talents manifested early in unconventional ways. While their mother Molly despaired over their seeming lack of academic ambition, she failed to recognize that their energies were channeled not into traditional academic pursuits, but into a different kind of magical exploration, the creation of jokes, tricks, and ingenious magical novelties. By the time they arrived at Hogwarts, Fred and George had already established themselves as natural pranksters with an intuitive understanding of how to bend magical principles to create unexpected, often hilarious effects. During their school years, they combined this creative impulse with increasingly sophisticated magical knowledge, secretly developing products in their dormitory despite the ever-watchful eyes of prefects and teachers. Their early experiments produced mixed results: exploding wands, temporarily disfiguring sweets, and enchanted items that occasionally malfunctioned in spectacular ways. Yet behind these seemingly frivolous efforts lay serious magical innovation. Their experiments with Tong toffees, for instance, required advanced understanding of engorgement charms combined with delayed activation triggers and precisely calibrated counter-effects, magic that would have impressed their professors had it been applied to conventional coursework. The twins' business ambitions crystallized during their 5th year at Hogwarts, when they began selling their creations to fellow students. Operating initially through whispered transactions in common rooms and secret meetings in corridors, they developed a reputation for reliable, if unauthorized, entertainment. Their early product line included canary creams, treats that temporarily transformed the consumer into a large canary; skiving snack boxes, sweets that caused convincing but harmless illnesses, perfect for escaping class; and trick wands that transformed into various objects when waved. The pivotal moment in the shop's prehistory came unexpectedly, through the generosity of Harry Potter. After winning the Triwizard Tournament under the most tragic circumstances, witnessing Cedric Diggory's murder and Voldemort's return, Harry made a decision that would alter the twins' trajectory. He gave them his tournament winnings, 1,000 galleons, to fund their dream of opening a joke shop. "Take it," Harry told them, "and get inventing." This windfall accelerated their plans dramatically. With financial constraints temporarily lifted, Fred and George could purchase higher quality ingredients, rent space for more elaborate experimentation, and develop products that had previously existed only as ambitious concepts. Their magical merchandise expanded rapidly during their final year at Hogwarts, despite increasing interference from Dolores Umbridge, whose educational decrees specifically targeted their products. After their spectacular departure from Hogwarts, which we explored in an earlier chapter, the twins secured premises at 93 Diagon Alley, a prime location in the heart of the wizarding shopping district. The grand opening of Weasley's Wizard Wheezes in the summer of 1996 transformed the increasingly tense atmosphere of Diagon Alley, providing a burst of color and excitement during the grim early days of the Second Wizarding War. Imagine stepping through the door of the shop during those first few months. Against the subdued backdrop of a wizarding world gripped by fear, the interior of Weasley's Wizard Wheeze blazed with color and movement. Products whizzed overhead, Miniature fireworks exploded in tiny bursts of light, and enchanted displays demonstrated various items with enthusiastic magical flair. The shelves teemed with boxes and packets in bright purples, oranges, and greens, creating a riot of color that assaulted the senses. The shop's organization reflected the twins' systematic approach to magical mischief. The main floor featured their most popular items: skiving snack boxes, arranged by symptom: fainting, fever, nosebleed; trick wands displayed on velvet cushions; reusable hangman that won't hang, just tries to strangle you a bit; and edible dark marks. Yields, they'll make anyone sick. A sign near these consumable products reassured customers. None of our products are dangerous. Well, most of them aren't. Well, some of them actually. Never mind. It doesn't matter. Just don't tell your mum. One section of the store was dedicated to more practical defensive items, which grew increasingly popular as the war progressed. Shield hats, shield cloaks, and shield gloves offered genuine protection against minor jinxes and hexes. These items proved so effective that the Ministry of Magic placed a large order for their aura department, demonstrating how even products conceived for entertainment could serve serious purposes during dangerous times. A special area illuminated by soft pink lighting housed the Wonder Witch products: love potions, 10-second pimple vanishers, and patented daydream charms that provided 30 minutes of highly realistic daydreaming within a simple spell. This diversification into beauty and romance products showed the twins' business acumen, expanding their customer base beyond those interested purely in pranks and jokes. Perhaps most impressive were their magical fireworks and swamp boxes, products that had famously disrupted Hogwarts during their final days as students. These more elaborate items demonstrated the twins' mastery of complex enchantments, combining elements of transfiguration, charms, and even aspects of potions in ways that would have earned outstanding N.E.W.Ts had they been academically inclined. The business model of Weasley's wizard Wheezes reflected the twins' personalities: bold, innovative, and surprisingly sophisticated beneath the colorful exterior. They maintained affordable pricing to ensure accessibility for students, while offering premium products for those with deeper pockets. Their mail-order business flourished, allowing Hogwarts students to circumvent Filch's bans by receiving products disguised as ordinary packages. Fred and George's success stemmed not just from their magical creativity, but from their understanding of what their community needed, especially during wartime. When laughter became scarce and fears mounted, they provided not merely distractions but small, accessible moments of joy. Their products offered temporary escapes from reality through daydream charms, opportunities for harmless rebellion through pranks, and even practical protection through their defense line. The shop's success was immediate and substantial. By Christmas of 1996, barely 6 months after opening, Weasley's wizard Wheezes had become so profitable that Fred and George could afford dragonskin suits, described as green, that glittered like scales, and were discussing expanding their premises. Their entrepreneurial triumph represented a significant departure from the typical Weasley financial situation, marking the twins as the first in their immediate family to achieve considerable wealth through their own enterprise. As the Second Wizarding War intensified, the shop faced increasing challenges. Death Eater attacks reduced foot traffic in Diagon Alley, with many shops boarded up or abandoned. Yet Weasley's wizard Wheezes maintained its vibrant presence, serving as a symbol of resistance through its very existence, a colorful defiance against the growing darkness. Behind their public success, Fred and George played a more serious role in the resistance against Voldemort. They became active members of Potterwatch, a clandestine radio program that broadcast truth during a time of propaganda and misinformation. Their shop served as an information hub and occasional safe house for members of the Order of the Phoenix. The twins demonstrated that laughter and courage are not opposites but companions, that those who can find humor even in darkness often possess the resilience to stand against it. The Battle of Hogwarts in May 1998 marked a tragic turning point in the shop's history. Fred Weasley's death defending the castle created an unimaginable void, not just a beloved brother lost, but half of the creative partnership that had built Weasley's wizard Wheezes. In the immediate aftermath of the battle, with grief still raw and the wizarding world beginning its recovery, the shop temporarily closed its doors. For a time, it seemed the legacy of Weasley's wizard Wheezes might end there, another casualty of a war that had taken so much from so many. George Weasley withdrew from public life, unable to face a world without his twin, let alone the shop they had built together. The abandoned premises at 93 Diagon Alley stood as a painful reminder of dreams interrupted and laughter silenced. Yet, in the months following the war's end, something remarkable happened. As George gradually emerged from the depths of his grief, a process aided by the support of his family and his developing relationship with Angelina Johnson, he made a difficult but significant decision. Weasley's wizard Wheezes would reopen, not as a painful reminder of what was lost, but as a living tribute to Fred's memory and the joy they had created together. The reopening was quiet by the twins' flamboyant standards. No magical fireworks or elaborate publicity stunts. Instead, George simply unlocked the doors one morning and welcomed customers with a smile that, if slightly subdued, still carried echoes of the mischievous spirit that had defined the original opening. A small plaque appeared near the counter, in memory of Fred Weasley, co-founder and eternal inspiration. May laughter always find you. The second chapter of Weasley's Wizard Wheezes brought significant changes. George invited his younger brother Ron to join the business as a partner. Ron, who had previously worked briefly as an Auror alongside Harry Potter, brought different strengths to the enterprise, more methodical than creative, but with a strategic mind and steady presence that complemented George's inventive spirit. Under this new partnership, the business expanded in ways that honored its origins while embracing new possibilities. The Hogsmeade branch opened in 2000, providing students with more regular access to their products and capturing the lucrative weekend visit market. International distribution agreements followed, with Weasley's Wizard Wheezes products eventually reaching magical communities across Europe, North America, and Asia. The product line evolved to reflect post-war sensibilities while maintaining the essential spirit of fun and mischief. The defensive items developed during the war years were refined into everyday protection products for travelers and security-conscious families. New educational toys combined entertainment with magical learning, subtly encouraging young witches and wizards to develop skills through play. Seasonal specialties appeared, Christmas crackers that released personalized miniature fireworks displays, Halloween treats with more elaborate transformation effects, Valentine products that went beyond simple love potions to create memorable romantic moments. Perhaps most significantly, George developed a line of memorial products that raised funds for war orphans and contributed to the rebuilding of damaged areas of Hogwarts. These items combined meaningful remembrance with the twins' characteristic light touch, luminous floating lanterns bearing messages to lost loved ones, garden plants that bloomed in patterns reflecting the constellations visible on significant dates, enchanted photo frames that captured not just images, but echoes of laughter from happy memories. By the time Albus Potter and Rose Weasley began their education at Hogwarts, Weasley's Wizard Wheezes had become a multi-generational institution, a beloved feature of wizarding childhood, and a respected business enterprise. George Weasley, while still recognizable as the prankster who had once set off magical fireworks during OWL examinations, had also emerged as a successful businessman and philanthropist, contributing significantly to Magical Society's post-war reconstruction. The legacy of Weasley's Wizard Wheezes extends beyond its commercial success, or even its role in bringing laughter during dark times. The shop represents something fundamental about the wizarding world itself, the capacity for magic to create joy, to transform ordinary moments into extraordinary memories, and to find light even in the deepest darkness. When Fred and George first enchanted a quill to write rude words or developed a sweet that turned someone briefly into a canary, they were doing more than creating novelties. They were exploring magic's capacity for harmless mischief and shared delight. Their products invited everyone to participate in magical creativity, to experience the wonder that comes from unexpected transformation and playful enchantment. In a wizarding culture often stratified by blood status, magical ability, and family connections, Weasley's Wizard Wheezes offered something democratic and accessible, products that could make anyone laugh, regardless of their background or circumstance. A Muggle-born first year could enjoy a skiving snack box just as much as a pure-blood seventh year. A wizard from modest means could purchase a reusable hangman with the same enjoyment as one from an ancient magical family. This inclusivity reflected the Weasley family's broader values, their rejection of blood prejudice, their welcoming nature, their belief that worth comes from character rather than status or wealth. The shop embodied these principles, not through solemn pronouncements, but through the universal language of laughter and fun, perhaps the most effective medium for such messages. As darkness falls completely outside our window, and our candles burn lower, the story of Weasley's Wizard Wheezes reminds us that magic's greatest power may not lie in grand spells or ancient rituals, but in its capacity to bring people together in shared moments of wonder and delight. The twins' legacy lives on not just in their products, but in every burst of unexpected laughter, every moment of creative mischief, and every instance where imagination transforms the ordinary into something marvelous. In your own life, where might you find opportunities to create such transformations? What serious aspects of your world might benefit from a touch of playfulness or an unexpected perspective? And how might you honor the spirit of Fred and George Weasley by finding ways to spread a little magical mischief and a lot of joy in your own unique way? Chapter 11. The Puppet Regime of Pious Thickness. The fire crackles softly as we turn our thoughts toward one of the darkest chapters in recent wizarding history, a time when the shadows did not merely lurk at the edges of magical society, but claimed its very center. As night deepens around us, we explore the brief but terrible period when the Ministry of Magic fell under Voldemort's control through his unwilling proxy, Pious Thickness. To understand the significance of Thickness's puppet regime, we must first understand the man himself. Before becoming an instrument of Voldemort's will, Pious Thickness served as head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, a position of considerable authority and responsibility within the ministry hierarchy. Those who knew him described a competent, if somewhat colorless, administrator, neither particularly charismatic nor notably corrupt, but simply a career ministry official who had risen through the ranks through diligence and political savvy. Thickness possessed a tall, imposing figure with long black hair and a beard streaked with silver. His appearance projected an air of authority and gravitas suitable to his position. He was known for his comprehensive knowledge of magical law and strict adherence to procedural correctness, qualities that made him effective in his role, but perhaps also made him vulnerable to what would follow. The tragedy of Pious Thickness lies in the fact that he never chose to betray the ministry he had served for decades. Unlike truly loyal Death Eaters who willingly embraced Voldemort's ideology, Thickness became an agent of darkness through one of the most violating forms of magic known to wizardkind, the Imperious Curse. Imagine the moment of his subjugation, perhaps leaving his office late one evening, walking through the gradually emptying corridors of the ministry, his mind occupied with the next day's meetings and memoranda. A figure steps from the shadows, Yaxley, a Death Eater who had infiltrated the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. A wand raises, words are spoken, and suddenly, Thickness's consciousness is pushed aside, buried beneath an irresistible compulsion to obey. His body continues to move, his voice continues to speak, but the will directing these actions is no longer his own. The Imperious Curse represents one of the most profound violations possible in the wizarding world, the theft of autonomy itself. While under its influence, Thickness's body became a vessel for Voldemort's agenda, while his true self remained imprisoned within his own mind, possibly aware of his actions but powerless to resist them. This fate seems particularly cruel for a man whose career had been built on upholding magical law, including the very statutes that classified the Imperious Curse as unforgivable. With thickness under their control, the Death Eaters gained a valuable asset in their plan to infiltrate and eventually overtake the Ministry of Magic. Through him, they could influence Department of Magical Law enforcement policies, gather intelligence on Ministry operations, and position their agents in key locations throughout the wizarding government. The seizure of power came swiftly and with surgical precision. On August 1, 1997, following the murder of Minister Rufus Scrimgeour, who died refusing to reveal Harry Potter's whereabouts, Pius Thickness was installed as Minister for Magic. The wizarding community, already fearful and confused by increasingly frequent disappearances and attacks, awoke to find their government transferred to new hands with barely a ripple of obvious disturbance. This smooth transition belied the violent reality behind it. Throughout the ministry, key officials had been replaced by those under the Imperious Curse, or by willing Death Eater sympathizers. Those who might have resisted found themselves surrounded by colleagues whose loyalty now lay elsewhere, creating an atmosphere where trust became impossible and resistance potentially fatal. Under Thickness's puppet administration, the Ministry of Magic transformed from an institution that, despite its flaws, generally sought to protect the wizarding community into an instrument of terror and oppression. The changes began subtly: shifts in policy direction, reassignment of personnel, adjustments to departmental priorities, but quickly accelerated into more overt expressions of the new order. One of the most sinister creations of the Thickness regime was the Muggle-born Registration Commission, headed by Dolores Umbridge. This commission embodied the blood supremacist ideology at the heart of Voldemort's movement, requiring all Muggle-born witches and wizards to register with the Ministry and prove their magical lineage. Those who could not demonstrate magical ancestry, which by definition no Muggle-born could do, faced accusation of stealing magic from real witches and wizards, resulting in wand confiscation, interrogation, and imprisonment. Picture the scene at one of these hearings: a terrified Muggle-born witch or wizard, seated in a chained chair before the commission, Dementors hovering nearby to ensure compliance, while Umbridge, wearing the locket Horcrux around her neck like a symbol of authority, demands explanations for their theft of magical ability. This perversion of justice, conducted under the seal and authority of the Ministry itself, represents perhaps the most comprehensive corruption of wizarding institutions under Thickness's regime. The propaganda arm of the puppet ministry worked tirelessly to normalize these abuses. The Daily Prophet, long the most widely read wizarding newspaper, fell completely under ministry control, publishing articles with titles like Muggle-born Register and Squib Crime Wave that reinforced the regime's narrative about blood purity and magical legitimacy. Subtle linguistic shifts crept into official communications. Muggle-borns became mudbloods in internal ministry documents, while the term pure blood gained a reverential quality in public addresses. Education naturally became a target for the new regime's ideology. Under Thickness's puppet administration, attendance at Hogwarts became mandatory for all young witches and wizards, not to ensure universal magical education, but to bring the entire wizarding youth population under surveillance and indoctrination. The curriculum underwent significant revision, with Muggle studies transformed from a class promoting understanding into propaganda painting Muggles as dangerous, dirty, and animal-like. Dark arts replaced defense against the dark arts, teaching students offensive magic rather than protective spells. Imagine being a student at Hogwarts during this period, walking corridors patrolled by Death Eaters like the Carrows, required to practice the Cruciatus Curse on fellow students who earned detentions, hearing the screams of those who resisted the new educational directives. The school, once a sanctuary of learning and growth, became another instrument of the Thickness regime's campaign to reshape wizarding society according to Voldemort's vision. The puppet ministry's reach extended beyond institutions to the daily lives of ordinary witches and wizards through increasingly intrusive security measures. Travel was restricted and monitored, with the Flu Network, Apparition, and Portkeys all under surveillance. Diagon Alley, once the vibrant heart of wizarding commerce, became a shadow of itself as businesses closed under pressure or fear. Even private homes lost their sanctity as ministry officials claimed the right to search properties without cause, ostensibly looking for unregistered Muggle-borns or Potter sympathizers. Perhaps the most insidious magical innovation of the Thickness regime was the taboo placed on Voldemort's name. This complex piece of magic created what was essentially a universal censor, immediately breaking protective enchantments and revealing the location of anyone who spoke the name Voldemort aloud. This taboo exploited the very courage that Dumbledore had encouraged, the willingness to name the Dark Lord directly, rather than resorting to fearful euphemisms, and turned it into a vulnerability that exposed members of the Resistance. For those living under the Thickness Ministry, daily life became an exercise in calculated caution. Conversations were guarded, even in private homes. Letters were written with the assumption they might be intercepted. Friendships became potential liabilities, as the question of who might have been imperious, or who might inform to save themselves or their families, created a web of suspicion that tore at the fabric of wizarding society. Despite these pressures, resistance persisted in various forms. Potterwatch, the secret radio program hosted by Lee Jordan, with contributions from various Order of the Phoenix members, provided a rare source of uncensored information. The reformed Dumbledore's army at Hogwarts engaged in everything from minor acts of defiance to organized protection of vulnerable students. Ministry employees like Arthur Weasley quietly subverted directives by warning Muggle-born families or losing paperwork related to the Registration Commission. Throughout the Thickness regime, the real Pious Thickness remained imprisoned within his own mind. Occasional glimpses of confusion or hesitation, reported by those who worked closely with him, suggest that at times his true consciousness may have partially surfaced, struggling against the imperious curse before being submerged again beneath Voldemort's will. These moments, if they occurred, would have been brief windows of horror, instants of clarity in which Thickness might have recognized what was being done through him before losing control once more. The physical transformation of the ministry under the puppet regime spoke volumes about the values of the new order. The atrium, once dominated by the Fountain of Magical Brethren, problematic in its own way, but at least nominally celebrating magical cooperation, was redesigned around the Magic is Might monument, a massive black stone statue depicting a witch and wizard seated upon thrones made of contorted, suffering Muggles. This grotesque centerpiece made explicit the ideology that had previously operated more discreetly within the ministry's policies. Even the ministry's magical maintenance was affected by the new regime. The enchanted windows that normally displayed pleasant weather regardless of actual conditions outside began showing perpetual storms and darkness, reflecting either the mood of the magical maintenance staff, who were reportedly staging a quiet rebellion, or perhaps the general spiritual atmosphere of the institution under Death Eater control. For the ordinary witches and wizards employed by the ministry, those neither heroic enough to actively resist, nor corrupted enough to embrace the new ideology, this period presented impossible moral choices. Continue working, implementing policies they knew were wrong, to protect their families and perhaps mitigate harm where possible. Resign in protest, losing any influence they might have had while exposing their loved ones to potential retaliation, or join the resistance, risking everything in hope of eventual liberation. Thousands faced these dilemmas daily, making compromises large and small that they would later have to reconcile with their consciences. The Thickness regime maintained a facade of legitimacy through careful attention to procedural details. Ministry letterhead remained unchanged. Official seals continued to be used. Departments kept their traditional names and organizational structures. This administrative continuity helped create an illusion of normalcy that blunted resistance. After all, it's harder to fight against an institution that still looks and functions much as it always has, even while its fundamental purpose has been corrupted. This attention to maintaining appearances extended to Thickness himself, who continued to fulfill the public-facing aspects of the minister's role. He attended functions, signed proclamations, and made speeches written for him by his Death Eater handlers. In photos from this period, Thickness appears stern and composed, his expression betraying nothing of the imprisonment of will he experienced. Only those who had known him well might have noticed subtle differences, a certain blankness in his eyes, perhaps, or slight hesitations in his movements. The Battle of Hogwarts in May 1998 marked the beginning of the end for the Thickness regime. As fighting erupted at the school, the puppet minister joined the Death Eater forces, still under the influence of the Imperious Curse. During the battle, he was struck by a spell that apparently broke the curse's hold on his mind. Witnesses reported seeing him disoriented and confused, suddenly aware of his surroundings in a way he hadn't been for nearly a year. Imagine that moment of awakening, consciousness returning like a rush of cold water, memories of actions taken through his body, but against his will flooding back in horrifying detail. The psychological trauma of such an experience is difficult to comprehend, comparable perhaps to awakening from a nightmare, only to discover that the terrible things dreamed were actually performed by one's own hands. In the aftermath of Voldemort's defeat, the wizarding world faced complex questions about accountability and justice regarding those who had served the puppet regime. How should society judge those who participated under the Imperious Curse versus those who collaborated willingly? Where was the line between coerced compliance and culpable cooperation? These questions had no easy answers, particularly in cases like Thickness's, where the line between victim and perpetrator blurred. The available historical records suggest that Pious Thickness was not held legally responsible for actions taken while under the Imperious Curse, in keeping with established wizarding law that recognizes the complete removal of free will under this unforgivable curse. However, the psychological and social consequences likely proved punishment enough. How does one resume a normal life after being used as the public face of a genocidal regime? What relationships could survive such a profound violation and its terrible consequences? Kingsley Shacklebolt's appointment as minister following the war brought sweeping reforms designed to prevent similar infiltration and corruption in the future. Enhanced protections against the Imperious Curse were implemented throughout the ministry. Detection systems for dark magic were installed in key locations. Most importantly, institutional cultures were gradually reshaped to encourage questioning and transparency, rather than blind obedience to authority, a direct response to how easily the bureaucratic mindset had facilitated the puppet regime's takeover. As our examination of the Thickness puppet regime draws to a close, we must acknowledge its place in the broader pattern of wizarding history. The ease with which the ministry fell to Voldemort's forces revealed structural vulnerabilities in magical governance that had existed long before Thickness's appointment, tendencies toward centralization, secrecy, and unquestioning adherence to hierarchy that created fertile ground for subversion. The puppet regime also demonstrated how quickly social norms can shift under authoritarian pressure. Behaviors and attitudes that would have been unthinkable in wizarding society months earlier. The open persecution of Muggle-borns, the celebration of dark arts at Hogwarts, the normalization of blood status discrimination, became official policy with frightening rapidity once the institutional framework supported them. Yet even in this darkest chapter, we find threads of hope and resistance that speak to the resilience of the wizarding community. From Potterwatch broadcasts to the reform to Dumbledore's army, from ministry employees quietly subverting directives to ordinary families, hiding Muggle-born neighbors, countless acts of courage and compassion continued even under the shadow of the puppet regime. As the night grows late and our fire burns low, consider this: what protects your own communities from similar subversion? What institutions or values serve as bulwarks against the corruption of power? And perhaps most importantly, what would you do if faced with the impossible choices that confronted wizards and witches during Thickness's puppet ministry? Comply, resist, or find some middle path in a world where every option carries profound moral consequences. Chapter 12. The Curse of the Obliviate Spell. As our collection of tales draws to a close, the last embers of our fire cast long shadows across the room. These shifting patterns of light and darkness provide a fitting backdrop for our final exploration, a spell that exists in that same liminal space between illumination and obscurity, between protection and violation, between mercy and cruelty. Tonight, we delve into the complex magic and ethical implications of the memory charm. Obliviate, unlike many spells in the wizarding world that announce their nature through their incantations, Lumos bringing light, Silencio enforcing silence, Accio summoning objects. Obliviate reveals little about its purpose to those unfamiliar with Latin roots. Derived from the Latin oblivici, meaning to forget, the spell's gentle-sounding name belies its profound power, the ability to erase memories from another's mind permanently. The development of the memory charm reaches back into ancient wizarding history, though its precise origins remain somewhat obscured, perhaps fittingly, given its nature. Early versions appear in Mediterranean magical traditions from at least the Roman era, with references to memory-altering magic in preserved scrolls from the Library of Alexandria. The modern incantation and wand movement were standardized around the 14th century by European wizards seeking to codify memory modification for consistent results. The standardization of the spell coincided with increasing concerns about Muggle awareness of the magical world, decades before the International Statute of Secrecy would formally separate the two societies. In these early days, memory charms served as an important tool for maintaining secrecy on a case-by-case basis, allowing wizards to conceal magical incidents without resorting to more harmful methods of silencing witnesses. To understand the technical aspects of the Obliviate spell, one must first appreciate the extraordinary complexity of human memory itself. Memories are not simply stored like books on shelves in the mind. They exist as intricate networks of connections, associations, and emotional responses. A skilled practitioner of the memory charm must navigate this complexity with precision, removing specific recollections while leaving surrounding memories intact. The proper casting of Obliviate requires specific intent, precise wand movement, and clear visualization of which memories to target. When performed correctly, the spell manifests as a temporary modification to the subject's eyes, a brief, unfocused or glazed look, as the mind restructures itself around the newly created gap. The subject typically experiences momentary confusion, followed by a calm acceptance of whatever alternative explanation is provided for their current circumstances. The difficulty of the charm scales with the extent and significance of the memories being modified. Erasing a brief, inconsequential encounter might be relatively straightforward, while removing long-term, emotionally significant memories requires considerably more skill and magical power. Attempting to erase too much at once, or memories too fundamental to a person's identity, risks causing permanent psychological damage. Throughout wizarding history, certain individuals have demonstrated particular aptitude for memory modification. Perhaps the most infamous example in recent times was Gilderoy Lockhart, whose remarkable skill with memory charms formed the foundation of his fraudulent career. Lockhart's particular talent lay not just in removing memories, but in doing so with such precision that his victims retained no suspicion that anything was missing from their minds. "My memory charms are the only thing I've ever been gifted at," Lockhart confessed in the Chamber of Secrets, moments before attempting to permanently erase the memories of Harry Potter and Ron Weasley. This rare moment of honesty from the fraudulent author reveals something important about magical ability, that even wizards of otherwise unremarkable talent may demonstrate extraordinary aptitude in specific branches of magic that align with their personality and intentions. The tragic irony of Lockhart's fate, having his own memory erased when his spell backfired through Ron's broken wand, illustrates a principle that appears repeatedly in wizarding history. Those who manipulate memory often face consequences related to their own recollections. This pattern suggests a deeper magical principle at work, perhaps a form of inherent justice within the nature of memory magic itself. Beyond individual practitioners, The memory charm plays a crucial institutional role in magical governance through the Ministry of Magic's Obliviator headquarters. These specialized wizards respond to magical incidents witnessed by Muggles, modifying memories to maintain the international statute of secrecy. Their work requires not only technical skill with the charm itself, but also creativity and quick thinking to craft plausible alternative explanations for the events witnessed. Imagine the challenges faced by Obliviators responding to a dragon sighting over a Muggle town or an accidental magical explosion in a public space. They must assess exactly what each witness saw, determine the minimum extent of memory modification necessary, and ensure the new memories align with physical evidence that cannot be removed. This delicate work forms the invisible foundation upon which the separation between magical and Muggle worlds rests. Despite its practical necessity in maintaining secrecy, the memory charm carries significant ethical complexities that the wizarding world has never fully resolved. The spell fundamentally alters another person's mind without consent, raising questions about autonomy and identity that rarely receive serious consideration in wizarding education or policy. When Hermione Granger modified her parents' memories before the Second Wizarding War, erasing not just their knowledge of the wizarding world, but their very awareness of having a daughter, she acted from love and protective instinct. Yet this act, however well-intentioned, represented an extraordinary violation of the parent-child relationship and her parents' right to make informed choices about their own safety. The Standard Book of Spells teachings regarding Obliviate focus entirely on proper technique and safety precautions to avoid damaging the subject's mind. Absent from this instruction is any substantial discussion of when memory modification is ethically justified, or how to weigh the subject's right to their own experiences against other considerations, like security or prevention of trauma. This ethical blind spot extends to ministry policy, where the use of memory charms on Muggles is standard procedure rather than a last resort. The casual way in which the wizarding world accepts non-consensual memory modification of Muggles reveals deeply ingrained attitudes about Muggle autonomy and wizarding authority that persist even among those who reject pure-blood supremacism in its more obvious forms. Beyond ethical concerns lie the practical risks of memory modification. While presented in education as a precise, controlled magical technique, the Obliviate spell carries significant dangers even when cast correctly. Every memory exists in relationship to others, with connections and associations that may not be immediately apparent. Removing one recollection can have unpredictable effects on seemingly unrelated memories or on a person's broader sense of self. Minor memory modifications typically cause only temporary side effects, confusion, disorientation, or a nagging sense that something important has been forgotten. More extensive alterations, however, can result in permanent damage to cognitive function, personality changes, or the development of false memories as the mind attempts to fill gaps in its narrative. The case of Bertha Jorkins provides a sobering example of memory magic's long-term vulnerabilities. After Barty Crouch Sr. placed a powerful memory charm on her to conceal the secret of his son's escape from Azkaban, Jorkins suffered lasting damage to her mental acuity. Once known for her sharp mind and tendency to gossip, she became forgetful and confused, changes attributed by many to natural absent-mindedness, but actually stemming from the powerful memory modification she had undergone. Years later, when Lord Voldemort broke through this charm using dark magic, the process destroyed what remained of Jorkins' mind before killing her. This tragic sequence illustrates how memory charms create enduring vulnerabilities, not only weakening the modified mind, but creating specific points where further magical interference can cause catastrophic damage. The most severe consequences of memory modification can be seen in the long-term residents of St. Mungo's Hospital's Janus Thickey ward. Here, individuals with permanent spell damage, including those affected by memory charms gone wrong, receive ongoing care for conditions that healing magic cannot reverse. Some patients recognize neither themselves nor their loved ones. Others construct elaborate false realities. Still others exist in states of childlike confusion, their adult selves effectively erased by magical memory damage. Gilderoy Lockhart's residence in this ward, following his backfired memory charm, represents a particularly poetic form of justice. The man who built his career stealing others' accomplishments through memory modification now lives without awareness of his own past, spending his days practicing his signature for fans he doesn't recognize and writing childish letters with painstaking effort. His condition demonstrates how fundamental memory is to identity. Without his past, even Lockhart's considerable personality has been reduced to its simplest elements. Magical theorists have long debated whether memories erased by the obliviate spell are truly gone or merely inaccessible to conscious recall. Some evidence suggests that modified memories leave trace imprints that can manifest in dreams, emotional responses to familiar stimuli, or instinctive reactions that contradict the subject's conscious knowledge. These ghost-like remnants hint at the possibility that memory, like many aspects of human consciousness, may be more resilient and complex than even magical modification can fully address. The legendary memory researcher Bathilda Bagshot once proposed that memories affected by obliviate might exist in a state similar to those extracted for Pensive viewing, separated from the original consciousness, but not truly destroyed. Her hypothesis, while never conclusively proven, suggests the tantalizing possibility that appropriate counterspells or magical techniques might someday restore what was thought permanently lost. Indeed, throughout wizarding history, there have been rare documented cases of spontaneous memory recovery following obliviate spells. These instances typically involve extremely powerful emotional triggers, life-threatening circumstances, or places of significant personal importance to the subject. Such cases remain exceptional, however, and memory restoration through magical means continues to be considered virtually impossible by mainstream healing authorities. In 2010, the American wandmaker Johannes Jonker published controversial research suggesting that memories modified by the obliviate spell might be recoverable using specialized combinations of legilimency and Pensive technology. The magical community received Jonker's work with skepticism, particularly given the ethical implications of potentially recovering memories that had been modified for legitimate protective purposes under the Statute of Secrecy. International magical law takes a strict approach to memory modification, classifying unauthorized use of memory charms as a serious magical offense in most jurisdictions. The International Confederation of Wizards established standard protocols for memory modification following the Global Wizarding War, requiring documentation and justification for any non-emergency use of obliviate by official personnel. Despite these regulations, enforcement remains inconsistent across different wizarding governments. The British Ministry of Magic maintained relatively permissive policies regarding memory modification, particularly for obliviators working to maintain the Statute of Secrecy. By contrast, the Japanese Ministry of Magic imposed stringent oversight of memory charms, following several high-profile cases of abuse in the 1970s, requiring multiple authorizations for any non-emergency memory modification. These varying approaches reflect differing cultural attitudes toward memory and autonomy across magical communities. Some traditions view memories as sacred and inviolable aspects of personhood, while others approach them more pragmatically, as information that can be ethically managed when necessary for greater social goods, like security or prevention of trauma. For individual witches and wizards, the existence of the memory charm creates unsettling possibilities in everyday life. How can one be certain that their memories are truly their own? What moments might have been experienced and subsequently removed from consciousness? These questions occasionally arise in wizarding literature and philosophy, though rarely in mainstream educational contexts. Some particularly cautious wizarding families develop personal verification systems, passwords, private signals, or specific memories regularly revisited in Pensives to protect against unauthorized memory modification. Such precautions became more common during the First Wizarding War, when Death Eaters occasionally used memory charms to cover their activities or implant false memories in witnesses. The Second Wizarding War, saw even more extensive use of memory modification as a weapon, with Death Eaters employing it not merely to conceal their actions, but as a form of psychological torture, repeatedly modifying memories to disorient victims, or forcing prisoners to witness terrible events before erasing the memories, leaving only lingering emotional trauma without concrete recollections to explain it. In the aftermath of both Wizarding Wars, the Wizengamot faced complex cases involving memory modification. How should the law treat crimes committed by those whose memories had been altered? Could testimony be considered reliable from witnesses who had experienced memory charms? These questions challenged the foundations of magical jurisprudence and led to significant reforms in how memory evidence is evaluated in wizarding courts. As our exploration of the Obliviate spell draws to a close, we return to the fundamental tension at its core. The spell represents both protection and violation, both mercy and assault. When used to spare muggles from traumatic knowledge of dangerous magical events, it might be seen as compassionate. When used to steal credit for another's achievements, as Lockhart did, it becomes unquestionably predatory. Perhaps what makes memory magic particularly unsettling is how it operates at the very foundation of what makes us who we are. Our memories, accurate or flawed, comprehensive or selective, form the narrative through which we understand ourselves and our place in the world. To alter these memories is to change not just what someone knows, but in some fundamental way, who they are. The wizarding world's casual acceptance of memory modification reveals something important about magical culture, a tendency to prioritize pragmatic solutions over ethical complexities, especially where Muggle-wizard relations are concerned. The Obliviate spell serves as a convenient tool for maintaining separation between magical and non-magical worlds, but it does so at a cost rarely acknowledged in wizarding education or governance. As the light fades from our room and our time together draws to an end, consider this. What would it mean to truly respect the memories of others, magical and Muggle alike, as sacred aspects of their personhood, rather than obstacles to be modified when inconvenient? How might wizarding society change if it approached memory with greater reverence and restraint? And in your own life, how do you honor the integrity of memory, both the recollections you carry and the moments you feature in the memories of others? With these questions, we conclude our explorations of the wizarding world's hidden corners and complex magics. Like memories preserved in a pensieve, may these stories remain clear and vivid in your mind, offering new insights with each revisiting. Until we meet again by another fireside, for another series of tales, farewell and remember,